Thank you everyone for joining us today. We're really excited about hosting Greenhouse's first virtual career fair with our young leaders and Greenhouse scholars. So we're excited you're here and we're excited to get started.
Yes, well, so welcome everybody. As Jamie said, our first ever Greenhouse Career Fair. We're very excited about it. I'm not in charge, but for people that don't have a reason to have their cameras off, I'd encourage everybody to turn your cameras on so everybody can see everybody's smiling faces. But again, I'm not in charge, just encouraging. So I'm going to give a little bit of foundational context. Some of this will be repeat or reminder for some folks, and there are other folks where it'll be new, but my remarks will be brief and we'll get into it. So the first thing I wanted to mention is that this is just one component of many involved in our jobs connectivity portion of our Young Leaders Program. We're building out a robust, can't get this anywhere else on the planet, jobs connectivity platform. We might not quite deliver on that extreme statement today, but we are building that, and we're really excited about the progress we've made and what the team has already accomplished. So we're on our way. And if you want to learn more about what we're doing with jobs connectivity beyond this career fair, reach out to Michelle or Jamie, and you can learn more about it, whether you're one of our alums or whether you're one of our corporate partners. So the Young Leaders Program is the second of three phases of our community change model. And our community change model, the work that we do, is designed to take action in service of our vision and values. So our vision is to grow a community of leaders who will evolve the communities of the world, very focused on community change. The individual Greenhouse participants from our Young Leaders Program that are here today, they are those community change agents. They will change your corporate community if they're provided the opportunity. I would make the case that we are offering our corporate partners the opportunity to engage with the most valuable potential employees in the country. And this is not me hyping up the talent pool here today. They need no pitch man. They are the grittiest, brightest, most authentic, focused, driven, diverse leaders in our country. The corporate partners here today, from Modern Executive Solutions to JD Finish Line, Google, Gamut Capital Management to RMB Capital, and more, represent a unique opportunity for our young leaders. These corporate partners are largely made up of consistent supporters of our work at Greenhouse, so they know who we are. They know the nature, the character of the individuals here today. They are knowledgeable, knowing, motivated employers of the folks in our program. So we've got ourselves a good fit today, regardless of any specific matches, if you will. I want to emphasize what I think is the real power that can come from this day. Relationship building, but not just networking type relationship building based on shared goals, values, personalities, intuition about unknown future value, real relationships. This is the power. Genuine relationships are what power action, new ideas, impact, joy, additional connections, goal achievement, and on. That's before I introduce our keynote speaker from our lead sponsor today, Modern Executive Solutions. One last thing. This is our very first career fair. Because of our great team, I am certain it will go well. However, for everybody participating today, whether representing an organization or yourself, come back next year. Spread the word for us. We will make this bigger and better every year. This will be a lot of learning this year, and we're going to apply that learning to next year. So enjoy the day. Thank you for all being entrepreneurs with us today. All right. I'm going to read, I was joking before everybody got on with Phil. He and I don't know each other well. So I think what's important is I'm going to read his brief, the brief version of his bio, because I think what's important is just getting context for, why he's our keynote speaker and sort of the foundation he's going to be coming from when he shares his remarks. So Phil Blue is the managing director at Modern. Modern, quote from Phil, is more than a search firm. It is looking to make leaders better while making companies more diverse in the process. So he leverages his experience as an executive coach, leadership development designer and deliverer, researcher, and professor to maintain and improve knowledge of the best in leadership development. He's got deep knowledge in both the academic and experiential foundations of leadership assessment, including years of designing, collecting, and analyzing longitudinal data. Phil's passion is coaching. He loves helping people become better leaders and not only increase their satisfaction in their leadership, but also their satisfaction in their lives. He's attended and led over 200 coaching and leadership workshops and retreats over the past 10 years. He has a wealth of hands-on experience that includes over 300 hours of coaching supervision experience with elite coaches and over 800 hours of coaching high-functioning executives and 6 years of in-depth research on transformational leadership and coaching. Prior to joining Modern, he was director of operations for a leadership development firm in Chicago, while also co-founding a leadership development consulting firm in China, where he led trainings and coached executives. Fluent in Chinese, Mandarin specifically, and Spanish, Phil has helped transform the leadership styles of Spanish and Chinese speaking executives in the States and abroad. He has a PhD in psychology, cognitive neuroscience from Peking University in Beijing, an MA in transformational leadership and coaching, and a BA in psychology from Carleton College. As professor of applied neuroscience, Phil taught MBA and MA students leadership and coaching. And this last one is, I'm not familiar with the acronyms, but he's also an ICF PCC certified coach. So there you have it. We've got a great person to really kick us off. And Phil, thank you for being here, and take it away.
Thanks, Pete. I'm so excited to be with you all. And thanks, Jamie, and for having us. I'm here on behalf of Modern Executive Solutions, but I'm really going to be focusing this time on making sure that I can, share a little bit about my journey in the job hunt and in the search you're in, but also my time developmentally, like during the time you're in right now as adults, because it's kind of a parallel process that happens. And finding a job, I just got off with this Google executive who lost her job in the last round of layoffs, and she was really high up, and it's been such a transformational time for her, and just giving her support, but also it's such a great opportunity to dig in and like find out who you are in this process. And so I'm going to try to be hitting on both of those in my short time talking with you today. But my first point that I want to make is you're only young once. And so this is the time in your 20s, early 30s, this is the time to, and I know I look like I'm in my early 20s, so I get it. That's all good. But this is the time to really like take the big risks and do the really big things. And so there is that scary job that comes up, or there is that assignment in Santiago, Chile, or if there's something crazy coming up, like this is the time you can do it. This is also the time you can work 100-hour weeks if you want to. You can travel and do travel 52 weeks a year. You can also choose not to do that entirely. I did a totally different path. I lived abroad. I lived in South America and I lived in China. I was an academic psychologist, wanted to understand the world, and figured I need to learn languages to do that. So I spent my entire 20s living abroad and doing my PhD abroad. But there's a bunch of things you can do, but I want to hold the vision for you all that this is a huge opportunity to transform. And one of the psychologists, this is like commonplace verbiage now, but it was a really groundbreaking psychological finding about the growth mindset by Carol Dweck at Stanford. And I think the growth mindset is one of the most everlasting, kind of psychological principles that's helped me on my journey. And I think that'll be relevant to you. I went back and looked through a bunch of books that I've read on job hunting, career searching, all that stuff. And but the growth mindset is one of those things that's everlasting. And it's basically the idea that you're always learning, going into things with a learning mindset, rather than having a job offer or a job interview or anything like that. Define your value of yourself, have it all be learning, get the tough interviews, totally blow it, and then learn from it and keep going. But look at things as all learning opportunities. Get the bad job, get the job that you didn't really want, take it, see what happens, go down the path. But there's always opportunities to learn. And I think that's going to be really key in this time. And so that's like one of the few kind of psychological terms I'll bring in, and I hope it's pretty common now at this point. But the idea is don't define yourself by outcomes, but by how you're doing and how you're going. And another thing is take risks. You're at a time right now where big risks can be taken, and you can do really cool things. You can try things you've never done before, and the ramifications are way less. As I talk and coach people in their 30s and 40s and later on, the energy and the freedom to do the different things goes down hugely. And so there's this unique opportunity right now where you're at to network, listen to the speaker later today that you may not know anything about, or go just try different things. And this is really that opportunity for you. So that's just kind of like my intro thing. I've only got like 10 more minutes with you, but I wanted to cover another thing about actually looking for a job. At the time, I was going to go be the CEO of the company I was at prior, and I decided to take another job. And so I took a year to really look for a job, and I hired a career coach, and he imparted a lot of wisdom on me that I wanted to pass on to you all, because I thought it was really, really helpful, and I was not really good at it. I was not good at finding a new job. One of the reasons why was because this is something you want to do. Like when you're talking and networking, you want to get people talking about themselves. You really want to be interested in them. I just got off like a 2-hour call with this Google executive, and I was just interested in her. I wanted to support her. I want to do things for her. But if you're like me, the trick will be actually asking for the next intro, asking for that thing, like that explicit thing that you need, that they have, that you want. And that was why I wasn't great at looking for a job originally. Luckily, over time, my frustration drove me to actually do the ask and do the tough things and do the things that were kind of scary to me. But that is definitely a balance. Other people, like maybe some of you who are going into sales, like that, you'll go straight into the ask and will miss the rapport and the relationship development piece. And so there's kind of that balance. And that was something I had to strike. But my coach really helped me see that people want to give and people want to actually know what you need. I had this one meeting with this woman who was working at a company that I really wanted to work at. And I got to go into the office and we talked for like 45 minutes. And at the end, she was kind of like mad at me. And I was like, what's going on? And she was like, I don't really know what you want. Like we've talked all this time. You've gotten to know a lot about me, but I'm kind of upset because I don't really know what you want and I've got to go. And I don't really have anything to give you. And it really shocked me because she wasn't the friendliest woman and I did not feel like the conversation went great, but I realized that she wanted to help and I wasn't really assuming goodwill in that conversation. And it was a really helpful reminder to me to really help other people help me, kind of Jerry Maguire a little bit, but help other people help you and be willing to have the courage to ask and reach out and do something real. One book I would recommend is Designing Your Life. It's by Bill Burnett and Dave Evans. They're a couple, also Stanford. They're just adjunct faculty. They go out there and teach the students out there. But it's called Designing Your Life. And it's a really good book about how to use this whole transformational process to find exactly what you want, but also to figure out what you want. Because I had a harder time figuring out what it is that I want. And it's a really good book that helps you. It gives you exercises, which I really like, and helps you go through. And one of the things that I got from that is, jobs, a lot of the ideal jobs that you want aren't posted as much. And I know that you may all know that. I didn't know that. A lot of jobs, the best jobs, aren't really posted. It's through the networking. It's through what you're doing today that you really start finding the things that are going to interest you. And another thing is that in a network, like if you look at network science, oftentimes the most powerful node in your network is like the one that's farthest away from you. I got my current job. So I played college football. A guy I played college football with who I didn't really like that much, but was fine, he's a teammate, whatever. His little sister, who used to come to our games, I didn't even know that. I was connected to her on LinkedIn, and she connected me to the guy who brought me to the company. So it's oftentimes the people that are farther away than you think, not your best friends, who help you get your jobs. One kind of tool that I want to give to you in terms of from designing your life, but also from coaching background, it's called an ISAP. And when you're visioning into finding the ideal job, you want to be able to state the ideal state. And this was a really like breakthrough thing for me in terms of like understanding who I was in the process. It really helped me understand myself, but I had to kind of declare what is it that I want and what's important to me. And so that was a journey of personal transformation there. But I also needed to state where I was, like current state. So I have my ideal state, but I also need to state current state. Like, where am I at and where do I need to get to? And then the pathways. What are the pathways that I need to do to get there? For me at the time, it was get 10 or more meaningful conversations a week and reach out to 30 or more people a week, because I needed about 30 dials to result in about 10 conversations. So I had a good, like, kind of 1 to 3 ratio of conversions to conversations. And then converting those conversations that I had to further connections. And so once you get it moving, it's great, but having numbers and accountability is really important. And having a team of people around you to support you in this time is also really key. I'll put my email in the chat as well at the end. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. Because one of the things that really helped me, and I'll be finishing up here in a second, is just learning to trust my gut. And I had traveled abroad and I had done a lot of work with leaders from all over the country and all over the world. And I had seen a lot of the things that was happening in terms of hiring, but also in terms of promotions, internal promotions. And it really upset me that people from underrepresented groups weren't getting into those positions. And that is what led me into the job I'm at now at Modern Executive Solutions, because that's a company where we do search and we do advisory. And with our search team, our company is 70% diverse right now. And we placed, the number keeps changing, but over 70% of the people we're placing are from underrepresented groups into positions of power. And then I get to coach them. So I get to coach these people. And so it ended up being a perfect gig for me. And it was really sweet. And I had a lot of fun with it. And I'm still having a great time. And I feel like I'm making a difference. And so I'm able to kind of like bring all those things together in this job to really help me achieve, kind of my mission. Because that's one thing I learned about myself in the process, is that I want to be doing work that's making a difference and that I feel like is making an impact on other people. So that's kind of what I wanted to hit on. And one of the things I just want to like circle back to the beginning is the growth mindset and the opportunity you have in front of you right now to have a lot of fun. This is one thing I'm going to say, just as a coach, is this and dating are the 2 times in your life where everyone gives you advice. And oftentimes it's the people who are like the worst at it who give the most advice. And so it's like the most counterintuitive, paradoxical thing. But just like, I don't know, the dating thing is easier to not take advice, but with jobs, it's really easy to feel lonely and feel like everyone else has got it like under wraps and like figured it out and stuff like that. And I would just encourage you to lean into this process, lean into today, have a lot of fun. Well, you may not have fun with it, but like with the whole process, but learn to enjoy this process, because you only get this once. It's very rare that you get this kind of time to really dig in and figure out what it is you want. And I'll put my email in the chat. Again, if you have any questions about, the job hunt or about us, at Modern, we're happy to help. We do search too. So we're happy to help in any way we can. And I'm really happy. Another reason I like the company is because we sponsor things like this. We donate over 10% of our profits to nonprofits and volunteer organizations that help people get the jobs and get them moving their careers. So really happy to be representing Modern here and getting to be here. And thanks again, Pete and Jamie, for having me. And hope we have a great day. I think I nailed it under 15 minutes. So I'm kind of excited about that, and appreciate you all.
Thank you so much, Phil. Thank you, Pete. Really great hearing from you both. All right, you guys, so we have a couple minutes here before we move into the next segment. So just a couple reminders. Our industry panel sessions start at 11:30. We have sessions on investment, tech, consulting, nonprofit, and an industry mashup. Space is limited for each of those. So if you haven't already, make sure you sign up for a session ASAP in the attendee hub. We will also note this in the chat right now. So you can hear more from Modern Executive and other amazing panelists today, facilitated by our greenhouse staff. Also, if you want to get some one-on-one time with Modern Executive Solutions, there are those one-on-one signups from 3 to 4 Mountain Time today. So make sure you refer to your email from Michelle to sign up for that. Thank you guys so much for joining this first session. We have 50 people attending today from all around the country on this session. So I think that's pretty awesome for our first career fair. So we'll see you guys all in a little bit at 11:30.
So my name is Wendy Guardado, and I am a Greenhouse Scholar alum, Colorado class of 2013. I graduated from high school in 2009, so it was the 5th Colorado class. And then we are now all over the place. So we are in Illinois, North Carolina, Georgia, Colorado, going to California, and just opened up in New York the last couple of years. I now work for the Greenhouse Scholars team and manage our New York relationships, and are hoping to expand and get to know more people in New York. I want to go ahead and introduce our panelists for today and then jump straight into the questions. So today we have us joining Juan Velez, who is an associate in operations at Work Capital, Jeanette Gavrish, a partner and human resource manager at RMB Capital, and Allison Alamansky, partner and head of marketing and investor relations at Gamma Capital. All right, so the first question that we have lined up is, how would you make a case to a diverse population that this industry is attractive?
Yeah, maybe I can kick us off there. I think private equity and the investment industry is a challenging but very rewarding career. You get the opportunity to see kind of the inner workings of a lot of different companies as you work with either portfolio companies or different clients or different companies that you might be interested in, and really see what's there behind the curtain and get a very detailed and in-depth immersive experience at each of those companies as your career develops. You'll meet very highly and talented and driven individuals that will help shape your career. There'll be great mentors to learn from, great role models. And at the same time, you get to see how your work impacts the company that you're working with and how it changes their operations, changes how they're performing. Or, at Work Capital, we work with a lot of restaurant brands. And so we get to see how that changes some of the places that you might go to eat during the weekend and how things are changing day to day in the operations.
Yeah, I think I would just add, finance generally is such a giant industry, and there's so many different types of firms and so many different types of roles all over the world. There's giant international banks, there's local retail banks, there's private equity, as one, was talking about. Gamma Capital, where I work, is private, happens to be a private equity firm as well. Hedge funds, mutual funds, there are just so many different options. And to speak to the question about, making the case to a diverse population, I think, it's an industry that has been woefully underrepresented, and definitely, crucially needs more diversity around the table. And I think, has more recently come to that realization, but really needs that to be successful.
Yeah, I completely agree. And the reality is, finance affects us all in some way, shape, or form, whether we're, balancing a checkbook, keeping our budget, whatever the case may be. We're all impacted by the world of finance. So that's an interesting aspect to it. And it just offers a lot of opportunity, I think, for collaboration and advancement. And there's a lot of different ways you can go in the world of finance. So it really does create a lot of different types of opportunities.
Great. I mean, I'm just starting to learn myself about investment and what that all entails. So I'm going to be learning a lot from this panel as well. Going off of what you said, Jeanette, I'm wondering, how has the investment industry evolved in the last 10 years, and what trends you see shaping the next 10 years?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think a big piece of that is technology. Technology is always changing and improving. So I think that kind of, forces different industries to kind of, morph and grow along with it. And I think the trend has kind of been to be more teams based as opposed to just individual advisors meeting with clients. I think there's a much more higher focus on teams and building teams. And I think also looking toward the future, addressing younger people and their wealth that they're coming into and ways to help them, in their futures, not just the older generations.
Great. I'll open up that question to Allison and Juan as well. How have you seen the industries change within the last 10 years, and what trends are you seeing for the next 10?
I would just say it's grown so much. I think there are so many more financial firms. I mean, it's grown exponentially, big and small. A lot of that is due to the prolonged bull market that we've had. So I think, looking at the future will be interesting to see if this growth continues, as we move through a more recessionary environment. But having so many different kinds of firms and people, some of these firms focus on super niche, industries, or, there's so much opportunity. And again, just so many different kinds of roles and places that you can, spend every day.
Yeah, just to piggyback off that, it's the investment in private equity and all these other types of investment firms move towards a more mature stage. You're seeing a lot of specialization and niches mentioned, right? There's companies that will focus on solely technology investments. There's companies that will focus on, solely service investments. And you're starting to see a lot of different opportunities open up in all of these firms, and even finding certain specializations that you can find very, your interest aligned with a lot better than just a generalist firm. So keeping an eye open for all types of companies that are out there as the industry continues to develop.
Because there's so much specialization and you can really choose any path you'd like in this industry, I'm wondering, what kind of advice would you give someone about how they think about their career path or plan their career path within this industry?
I can start, I guess, since I haven't started yet. I mean, initially, when I would just say network. I mean, I think that's, you can probably apply it to any industry, but I think for this industry in particular, at least I found that has been really effective, and just be creative about it and have no fear and no hesitation, and and lots of things that have fortunately happened for me just literally through all the networking that I've done. I think it's important to know what kind of learner you are. I've had jobs at big firms and small firms, and are you someone who wants to go to like a giant firm and be part of a big incoming class with really formal training, or do you want to go somewhere small where you're just going to get thrown into the fire but have a ton of responsibility and kind of learn on the job? And I think it's important to utilize career services at your alma mater, or if you're still in college. I think it's important to try to connect with recruiters, because for better or worse, a lot of roles in this industry are kind of managed through recruiters. And I think something that has come up already, is mentorship. And I think to the extent that you can find a really amazing mentor, at whatever stage of your career, that can really do wonders, and to just have the support of someone like that to kind of coach you and to be able to go to them if you have, questions or problems.
Yeah, I completely agree with Allison. Networking is really important. That's a huge aspect of it. And I think maybe also too, kind of digging in individually is what motivates you, what drives you, what are you looking to do, what are you hoping to accomplish? I think that's something important to kind of dig in on. And I'd say the two most common career paths, at least for us, are either in wealth management, so being kind of on the more client-facing side of things, or in asset management, being more on the research and stock picking side of things. So kind of figuring out where your strengths are, what you're looking to do. That's also an important aspect of it as well.
Yeah, to add to the networking and exactly that, finding what you're interested in. One thing I found very helpful and something I did while I was an undergrad is I reached out to about 3 or 5 people. It was a cold call, either send an email to their email address that I was able to find, or reach out via LinkedIn and ask them to meet for coffee or lunch, and really gain a lot of insight into what they do, what their day-to-day is like, what they like about their roles and what they don't like, and really see how that aligns with what I'm looking for. And so highly recommend anyone that's still inquisitive to do some of that research and reach out to people and actually get firsthand knowledge of what their careers are like.
Great. Yeah, I know. I learned in Greenhouse Scholars all about informal interviews, and have been using those throughout my life. So I think that's great advice. Another question that we have is, what are some key roles and skills required for success in the finance industry? So once you figured out your passion, what are some skills that you can develop to have a successful finance career?
I think right off the bat, a few that I would think of would be critical thinking, problem solving. There's a lot of collaboration in this industry, not only with team members, but with other teams, with other business units. That's an important aspect. Communication and being analytical. I think just kind of right off the top of my head are a few key ones I can think of.
I would add just a hunger and a willingness to work hard, curiosity, a strong desire to learn. And I would say, so I lead marketing and investor relations at my firm, but we're a small 25-person firm, so I also lead recruiting. And so as I meet with people and they ask me, what does it take to be successful here? One of the main things I always say is just to be proactive, to the extent that you can always be 2 steps ahead of your boss or your colleague, that just sort of works wonders. You just kind of figure out like how to stay ahead, what's anticipated, what you need to do next, and that that's, at least around here, works out pretty well.
Yep, we'll echo some of that, but really the analytical chops and kind of accounting and finance framework are kind of the basics, and then what stands people apart is as Jeanette mentioned, the problem solving, the resourcefulness, being able to continue going at a problem and working at it until you solve it.
And so I also want to know, because I personally don't know many roles in investment and finance, what are some roles in the investment industry that young professionals might not be aware of? It could be your own title or a certain type of path, but what are some roles that potential young professionals could look into?
I think a lot of people focus on the wealth management and asset management side of the business, but kind of forget that there are a lot of opportunities within the kind of business operations or back office side of things as well. So that's things like myself, I'm in HR. So that is an area of the firm that's needed as well. Additionally, compliance is a huge component of the finance industry, lots of opportunity there. Finance, IT, operation. I think there are a lot of those types of roles that people, kind of don't think of, don't come to the forefront, but are critical areas to the firm as well.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Juan.
I was going to say, in the private equity world, I think, similar to what Jeanette mentioned, there's a lot of focus on the investment team and the deal team, and that's kind of the one that gets the spotlight and everyone hears about. But there's a lot of teams supporting. So we have a business development team that helps support the sourcing of new deals and new companies to look at. The operations team, which I'm a part of, helps drive efficiencies and kind of maximize what we're doing within our portfolio. We've built out data and analytics teams that provide kind of high tier analyses and insights that help make some key decisions that everyone in the firm is looking at and has a lot of drive with a lot of the generative AI and a lot of new technologies that are coming out. That's a very hot industry right now, and it certainly supports investment as well. And I'm sure Allison is going to tell us about investor relations and how they help drive support for new funds.
And I was, coming out of college, and then even I went to business school. Coming out of business school, I didn't know that what I do, is a job. And just, again, back to networking. Through networking, ended up getting introduced to a hedge fund, and then, kind of, even though I didn't really have super relevant skills, they identified all those traits that we see, hardworking and curiosity, all that kind of stuff. And I was, and I ended up getting hired, and I love what I do. And, and it's day to day, it's working with the investors at the firm. So it's university endowments and foundations and wealthy families and pension plans and, all really smart groups and people, and, who you're the fiduciary for. And it's, and it's reporting, and it's usually interfacing with every other department at the firm. And, there are just as an example, and there are so many different roles that aren't just, again, wealth management or asset management, which is, I think what people tend to think of, when they think about financial firms.
So I'm going to shift over to some other questions that we have here. And if any of our attendees have questions of their own, feel free to write it in the chat or unmute yourself and ask as well. So one question that I am particularly passionate about is that with Greenhouse Scholars and the Young Leaders Program, impact is always at the forefront of our mission, always at the forefront of everything that we do. And I think that's why we are such a successful community, because that's the way that we lead. And so my question to you all is, how do you see your work in investment or finance making a positive impact, not just necessarily for your community, but for the world as a whole?
I would say, I think, as it relates to impact, historically, I think financial firms have probably gotten a bad rap. I think private equity can get a bad rap. And I think that, most firms probably are more focused on it now, in terms of having a positive impact. I think you see much more of a prevalence of, a focus on ESG and on DEI and things like that, partially mostly because it's the right thing to do, but investors are our clients are demanding that. So, I think, again, I can speak to what we do. We have we have a focus on all of those things here. We have counterparties who we work with. We have it implemented into all of our, everything from like initially identifying an investment through diligence, and then ongoing maintenance. We have all different, we have operating partners and counterparties and all kinds of people who are kind of keeping us in check. There are certainly firms out there whose sole focus is, climate change or, environmental improvement, just making a positive impact. We are not like that, but it's kind of woven throughout everything that we do. And I think, I think we should continue to see as an industry, that, impact is only going to become more important over time.
Before we go to our other panelists, you mentioned an acronym, ESG. So I'd love it if you let us know what that meant and how that sort of frames your impact.
So that's a focus on environmental, social, and governance. And that can be everything from the firm itself. So how my firm, Gamut Capital, on a regular basis thinks about and takes into consideration those three things on a day-to-day basis in everything that we do. It could be how we look at a potential portfolio company, a company that we're going to buy or partner with, and how they do those things. It could be how we're going to go in and maybe fix those things about the company to improve it and make it more valuable over time. It's something that, again, just kind of permeates ideally, for firms that are focused on it, everything that they do. And again, there are ESG focused funds. And then there are investors who have ESG focused mandates where, within their portfolio, they make sure that it's a requirement that they invest in a certain number of funds or investment entities that, that prioritize ESG in terms of what they're investing in. If that's all kind of clear and makes sense.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, so opening up the question to Jeanette and Juan.
I would just say, investing in your finances, things like that can be it can be easy to make emotional decisions. So having someone who can kind of lay things out for you, explain complex, topics and things that are maybe a little bit more hard to understand in a way that you can understand, kind of simplify it. And I guess, just kind of take the scariness out of, finance and investing, someone who can kind of guide you and be a partner along the way, I think is something that, definitely makes a positive impact for people, as they're thinking about finances and planning for, retirement and education planning and all those things. It can be daunting.
And just a few things to add. I think a lot of, as mentioned, a lot of companies are looking at ESG much more closely and making sure that their portfolios are aware and taking certain initiatives to go towards a more sustainable strategy towards the way they purchase or the way they plan and things. There's also certain things in terms of when you're looking at companies to invest in. So at Roark, we do have kind of our guidelines and a part of ESG in our due diligence, where we're just to give an extreme example, we're not going to invest in a company that does, that creates nuclear weapons or is somewhere in that supply chain. And then in terms of, actually seeing some of the good and the impact in the world, we do have kind of investing good, and a lot of companies will have similar programs where, try to take a active participation in your community and take the time to volunteer, be able to impact what the people you see every day. So we have a lot of programs like that, and as well as really seeing in our particular investments is a lot of franchise and restaurants, and so being able to see people who are opening up a new store and going into business for themselves and seeing that whole impact from the second they decide to open up that franchise to when their store is operating and they're successful, and seeing how that's impacted their lives is a great vision to see.
Yeah, I think many of our young leaders and greenhouse scholars oftentimes don't think about investment as an impact forward industry, and so may not come to the top of their priorities. But as I've been working with corporations in the finance and investment industry, I think that it's just so much more prevalent, and I'm happy that it's now becoming, something that you think of from the beginning, which is great. Any questions from our attendees at the moment before I wrap up? Okay, great. So the last question I have for you all, it has a little bit of meaning in terms of our greenhouse community. We have 4 values that we are always trying to excel at, always trying to develop and improve, and that is accountability, relentlessness, community, and leadership. So if you could pick 2 or 3 values that your organization, your company tries to exemplify, what would those be?
Yeah, I think I can go first here. I think for us, I'll start with collaboration, and I think that's probably our biggest one. We try to really partner with all the companies that we invest in and look for ways to be good listeners, good problem solvers, be good partners in good times and great partners in bad times, and really work to solve all the problems together. We don't take kind of a push model where we mandate too much. We work together to find solutions that are going to be good fits. And then the second one is really just communication and making sure that everyone communicates effectively, everyone's on the same page, and we work hard to make our vision true.
Great. Collaboration, communication.
Those are all good. I'd say, I don't know. I mean, accountability is obviously important when you're investing. You have investors who you answer to. And I think kind of standing behind what you say and delivering, ideally over delivering, and obviously being held accountable. And then, I mean, I think leadership's important everywhere, right? Any firm, any industry. And I think people, to be successful, you kind of have to view yourself as a leader and kind of, make that sort of kind of operate in that mode all the time, even if you're the most junior person on the team. I think, there's a way to sort of present that and exude that to other people. And I think, It's like manifesting, right? I think, I think the more that you kind of, and I think we tend to try to hire people who, we hire people who we want to be at our firm forever. It's not like come in and do a couple of years as an analyst and then go to business school or go somewhere else. I mean, we want people who are going to be here forever, end up leading the firm, and look for that as an attribute, and in everyone on the team.
Yeah, I think for us, it's do the right thing. So always looking out for the best interests of the clients, I mean, for each other as employees as well, but kind of that fiduciary responsibility to our clients. And never settle. Keep pushing, keep finding, the answer, the solution to that problem, whatever the case may be. Just never settling, taking it to the next level up.
Great. This has been an amazing panel to be a part of. I know some of you personally, and so I think it's really great to just learn about all the different options that our young leaders have as they're graduating college and trying to create their careers.
Y'all, I imagine we'll have a couple others maybe trickle in, but why don't we get started? 30 minutes is going to go by very quickly. I was just telling Leslie and Matt that this is an industry-focused panel all about the tech industry. So everyone here has opted in. So I think this is going to be a very lively discussion, talking about things that we all want to hear more about. I'm going to quickly introduce who our three lovely panelists are. And then without further ado, I'll start off with some questions. And Akshay, Rebecca, Connie, anything that comes into your mind, do you just want to throw that in the chat and we'll try and get to it later. And then another plug is at the end of the day, I know there's some industry one-on-ones that you can sign up to talk more to some of these companies. So without further ado, I'll start with Jerry Morgan. You are coming here from Atlanta, and you are the Chief People Officer at Intellum. Thank you for being here. Next, Leslie Pace Gormley. Leslie Pace Gormley. You are a user experience researcher, Google Sites and client-side encryption at Google. Thank you so much for being here. And lastly, Matt Stevens, the Chief Executive Officer at Bamboo Rose. So thank you. And my first question for the panel, and feel free to take these questions, any one of you, there's no particular order, is how would you make a case to a diverse population that this industry is attractive?
I think for me, it's always the concept of technology is always advancing, right? I think when I chose to do computer information systems as my undergraduate degree, it was the understanding that at least if I do technology, I likely will not have to go back to school again, because it's really just certificates and skill advancement more than it is maybe in the psychology field or in speech path or in the medical field where you have school for years and years. But with the opportunity as well to have so much space to pivot. I started out as a support person. I've done support operations and strategy. I've done research operations and strategy, and now I do UX research. So there's a lot of opportunity to bounce around in the realm of tech as well. So you won't get bored, and you get to meet a lot of brilliant people along the way. And I think that it's significant to be a diverse individual in this space so that we can continue to contribute to the advancement of technology with inclusionary practice.
That's awesome. I'll sprinkle a little bit onto Leslie's comment. There is the constant evolution and being able to innovate, change, and be at the forefront of how businesses or humans are interacting in a really wide variety. I mean, technology, you're able to service and get involved in any types of industry. It's universal. And so it's something that will apply really in every organization. And I think in my experience in the tech space, one of the other elements from a people standpoint is the culture is very supportive of ongoing growth and development. And so there's going to be benefits and ability to encourage you to keep growing and those skills formally or informally, like Leslie was talking about, learning other facets of the business, learning other products. There's an opportunity to stay engaged and navigate a wide variety of the organizations.
Wow, those are two great answers. I don't really think I can add anything beyond those two because I completely agree. You know, my experience in tech spans a few startups, and I think both of those points are right on the money. And I think the only thing maybe I could add was that, you know, as somebody who's grown up in tech and a technologist himself, it is one of the things that's so great about this space. It's all about problem solving. So it's all about the individual, and it's all about what you want to do. And it's been my experience that regardless of background, in many cases, regardless of education, it's what you want to make of it. And unlike many other, and Leslie, I loved your point about education and certificates and degrees. While obviously experience and education is still an important element, it comes down to the individual in the tech space. And many of the most successful people that I've been lucky to work with have been self-empowered and have just figured it out and have had a passion to go fix some long outstanding problem that no one else has before, regardless of background. And it's just one of the reasons I love the space.
Thank you, panelists. Those were all very great answers to that question. The next one I have for all of you is, what advice do you have for young professionals who are looking to break into this industry?
I'll jump in. I'll say the first thing that I didn't learn until well into my 30s that I wish I had learned earlier was, in the world of tech, there are, again, so many opportunities, so many. You know, people who aren't in tech tend to think it means coding or software development or something with hardware, computers, which of course is an element of tech. But there are so many ancillary, so many layers to the companies that are strong in tech. And the one thing I wish I had learned earlier in my career was not to be quite as focused on the first role or the first job, or whether I'm going to do this function or that function, but to really shop for my first manager. Because when I'm breaking into tech for the first time, you want to find someone that either will be your mentor or is comfortable with you having a mentor. And having a manager that wants to grow you and understand your strengths, your weaknesses, and wants to bring you along is the difference between you blossoming and being frustrated. And I had some pretty lousy managers my first couple of jobs. I thought maybe I had picked the wrong career path, and I realized I had just picked the wrong managers. And once I got a great manager, I was very, very lucky, my whole trajectory changed. So my advice is shop for your manager.
That's a beautiful point. And I would offer, some ideas around how you can do that. You could research the individuals that you may be meeting with, or the hiring manager on the job posting. You can research them on LinkedIn. You can see if they have recommendations in their LinkedIn profile. And I think the other insightful piece that I would be looking at is, have they given recommendations? Are they praising others, through their LinkedIn profile? So that would be a way that can help you. And then in the interview itself, asking questions around your leadership style, and to see how they're working on growing as a leader themselves. What's something that you're working on, and how, what's your approach to growing in that area? The other thing, just specific to the technology space, that I think is great advice for someone looking at an organization to join, is research the business itself. Oftentimes there's free trials for different products. Sign up for free trial, play around, see what the product is, and come educated to that conversation, talking about the product, the features, and how you may interact with that in the position that you're applying for.
Yeah, and I would say furthermore, it can be, I think job hunting, of course, is its own full-time job, and it can be a very daunting task at times, unfortunately. But I think that some of the ways that are very constructive about going to breaking into space is very much copying word for word what the description says and putting that in your resume. A lot of times companies, especially large companies like Google, it's not possible for everyone to lay eyes on every resume. And so there's going to be platforms that are going to be utilized for skill matching and things of that nature. And if your wording is a little different, or it may not exactly match with what the descriptor says, there's an opportunity for your application to be overlooked. And so in order to kind of increase your chances, really kind of mimic that wording that they're doing in the postings or that they're doing on the website and the tonality of it, for a better chance. I would say as well, it's very beneficial to find those recruiters on LinkedIn. They may not be people that you have a personal relationship initially with, but as you work over time, whether at events out in public or whether online, don't be afraid to do outreach with them and be very specific about the things that you're looking for. Not every recruiter recruits for everything. So also being aware of what those recruiters are looking for in their scope of work. I have friends who are recruiters specifically for product management. I have friends who are specifically SWE recruiters. I have friends who are specifically UX recruiters. So making sure you're not trying to shoot your shot with the wrong person. And then I would say last but not least, trying to big up your training and your portfolio. A lot of times, a lot of these jobs are going to require some form of exposure around the work. So if you're interested in product management, what are some small projects that you can take on with local nonprofits? Maybe it's a project that you even do with your fellow scholars at their startups. Maybe it's a passion project that you implement for yourself, but starting to build up a portfolio of at least 5 to 7 projects that you can display a varied set of skills.
Thank you again. Those are all great responses. This is awesome content. So my next question, and Leslie, you actually, I'm interested because you already kind of touched on this in your first response with certificates. And so I'm curious, how important is continuous learning in specifically this field?
I would say it can vary, right? I would say depending upon how technical you want to get, it depends. Like if you're a software engineer, I think it's really kind of you picking up those various skills with different languages, working in different frameworks, having that exposure in that capacity. For myself as a UX person, I ended up going back to school to get my master's, and a lot of my mentors were like, that's not necessary. You don't have to do that. But I was just like, say, for instance, I want to leave Google, and all I have is the projects that I've done internally with you, and
I'm
you
hiring.
know the scope of work. Right? Okay, we might need to talk, huh? Like you might know my scope of work, but somebody else outside will be like, well, what has she done? What are her credentials? What is the backing for her expertise in this area? So I think it really just depends on what you want to do. I do feel that continuing education is of great benefit, but once again, they want to see that you are able to apply it. So how are you executing in your profile all of the things that you learned in school?
Yeah, I think that application is key there. And I think from my experience, continuous learning is part of our culture. We are a learning management platform. So being in the ed tech space specifically, it is an expectation as an Intellimite that you're participating in some type of professional growth and development. We have a benefit that employees are able to decide how they use that. It's called the Boost benefit. And so every year, every employee has $3,500 for their individual growth and development, and they get to decide how that's being invested through, a conversation. And there's, in hopes a lot of alignment with their career path and where they want to go. But continuous learning and then celebrating and sharing that internally to help inspire others to continuously learn is a big element of our culture.
Again, I would double down on both of those, agree with all those dimensions, and add that if you're thinking that there's something about tech that interests you, or you have a friend or a relative, or you've read something that you find intriguing, you're thinking of moving into this industry, if you are not a natural continual learner, you have to really ask yourself if you're going in the right space, because the space, and I don't care which company you join, which space, how old or how new it is, it evolves incredibly fast. And if you're not comfortable with constantly finding yourself at the bottom of the learning mountain, because you are just going to be, you're going to be very uncomfortable. So I think it's actually a hard requirement, I would say. If you're not a continual learner, you're probably just going to be frustrated. So,
Yeah.
so.
That's a good point. Yeah, the pace too, not only of the learning, but the change and the evolution of processes, much more fast-paced environment than maybe a traditional business.
100%.
That is great to know. And Jerry, you just reminded me, Intellum as an ed tech company, this just continuous learning just seems like your bread and butter. And we use Intellum. We are skills modules, which is our online learning platform, is through Intellum, and we love it. So subtle plug there. Okay, my next question for you all is, what are key roles in this industry that young professionals might not be aware of?
So many. I'll give you an example. So 10 years ago, maybe 12 years ago, there's a role now that almost every tech company has in some dimension. And it's called, a CSM, for customer success manager. It didn't even exist 10 years ago. There was no CSM industry. Now there are companies out there that make software, and you're very hard pressed to find any tech company that doesn't have some dimension of a CSM. It didn't even exist 10 years ago. And likewise, because tech companies are solving problems typically in and around data, either in the way data is collected, the way data is analyzed, or the way data is presented back to users for insight, there are so many dimensions around that UI, UX, but even teams behind teams that help tech companies understand their data that didn't exist 3 or 4 years ago. Business intelligence, business analysts that help the companies operate better. So even if you think you want to go into tech, but you might not want to be in the traditional roles of a software developer, or some of the things we all think about must be part of tech. Again, there's so many layers to the onion to make a team operate efficiently that roles like the CSM or business insights, or business operations, they're just brand new and exploding. And it's a way that companies that are trying to run more efficiently are trying to get more insight and to operate better. And I just think there's just new roles that are constantly showing up on LinkedIn that 2 or 3 years ago didn't even know existed, and now there they are.
Mike, Matt, I just had a quick follow-up on that, just knowing a bit about the CSM role and it being very much like a people-focused sales type role. Do you see that as like someone who's just with let's say a computer science background or very technological background?
No, but it has to be somebody that understands problem solving. You don't have to have a tech background, but you have to be, again, in the mindset of solving a problem, because the job one, I believe, of a CSM is to understand what the customer's definition of success is and work backwards to understand where the gaps are between the product or solution that the company sold them, and uncover those gaps. And more often than not, the CSM's job is to marshal the resources in to close those gaps. But so you have to understand the tech, you have to understand the problem, but you certainly don't need to be a deep techie to be a very good CSM.
Yeah, and that role can't be automated. I know AI is like big buzz right now, and that a lot of that work, the connections, understanding, listening, and getting to know the customer needs, and then being able to facilitate solutions internally. That's all relationship building. That's the problem solving coordination piece that I don't think will easily be automated. So I think that being able to complement a technical mindset with a strong relationship, it's just a magical combination.
Agreed.
No, that was a really good point. It seems like there's just these roles are diversifying in what is available in this industry, which actually kind of dovetails into this next question of mine. I think of all the industries, this might be the most exciting one to think about this question, which is, what are the trends shaping the next 10 years? What should we be expecting? I think especially through the lens of young professionals looking at this industry, is there anything that's top of mind that you would give for advice?
Mine is coming more from like the HR, people and culture perspective. I think the trends that we're seeing is that we're a remote first organization and a global organization. We have team members in 25 states and 13 countries. So I think the level of flexibility and what the work-life integration, work-life fit looks like is going to dramatically change, which I think is a great thing for new workers, that there is this requirement for employers to listen and customize your employment experience in a way that, I didn't have growing up and being in your shoes. So I think it's a really exciting time where you get to find a role in an organization that you love, but then also making sure that those personal passions that you're getting fulfillment in other ways, because there's a lot of flexibility and a lot of emphasis on employee well-being. And so I just think it's a very exciting time from that perspective and what the future holds.
Yeah, I would say there's always the capacity to work on your soft skills. No matter how far AI advances, there will always be the need for a human touch in a lot of situations. So always being able to just engage in your vibrant storytelling, your data analytics moment, but making the data accessible to people, being able to develop your leadership skills and management skills. How can you uplift people? How do you upskill yourself? Even your language skills, we're becoming increasingly globalized, and there's a lot of opportunity for integration of language and technology where it's not right now, right? If you consider Siri, Alexa, Google Home, none of them include any African languages. And that's a continent. And so considering looking forward, Google calls it the next billion users, right? Where are we going to find our NBU? And so that is going to be India, that is going to be the continent of Africa. So considering what opportunities in those spaces look like and how you can get culturally integrated there. And then beyond that, how you can go about using AI in an intelligent way. You can make your headshot, you can build a resume, you can build a website, you can do all these things with it. So using it to your advantage so that you're having increased efficiency in your professionalism.
I think we call it work from anywhere, but regardless of where you call home and where you want to live in the world of tech, just evaporates the whole barrier to what you want to do. And it's a hot topic. I will say that many of my co-CEOs are debating this hotly. It's split right down the middle between people need to be in the office to be productive or need to be in the office to be creative and to innovate as teams. And there are certain days and roles where there is nothing like being able to sit down with a group of people face to face occasionally. But I definitely come down on the side that looking for talent doesn't mean they have to physically be in one location or another. And I couldn't agree more that combination of all those soft skills and enjoy where you live, find a place, a lifestyle and a culture and an environment where you're happy and you're fulfilled in your personal life, because that just immediately transcends into how you want to throw yourself into your professional life. And when the pandemic hit my last startup, half of our employees, decided to move, and they all stayed with us. And our productivity and our overall corporate performance went up by 35%. And it's, happy life, happy company. So I doubled down on those big time. So, and I think it's never going back. So if you're looking at a company that I would say forces you to come into the office, I'd look for a different manager. That'd be my advice.
I love that. I always tell our scholars in college when they're taking internships that they should be interviewing the place just as much as they're interviewing the company. Because you got to love where you are. 5 minutes, y'all. And I actually received a question from Akshay. So I'll go ahead and read that. And it's just a reminder, if any other questions y'all people have in our last few minutes, send them my way. So from Akshay, the question is, What problems do you see in the world that can be solved with tech today? And Akshay, feel free to add on if you want to add any other context.
Yeah, for sure. So similar to what actually Jacob had asked previously, with where you see the field going in the next 10 years, I guess this question kind of stems to what do you see today that you want to solve with tech, but don't really see people doing it?
And I just got back from a conference in Ghana. It's called Deep Learning in Daba. And Indaba specifically means in Bantu, like a serious gathering or meeting. And so some of the profiles of the work that was being done were astounding. Just in regards to, there was a woman working on an entity where, of course, if you are pregnant and you need an ultrasound, that machine alone costs $250,000. And it requires a technician with over 2 years of training to run that machine. She was working on a wand and an application where an untrained individual would be able to swipe on the stomach, and it's not a $250,000 machine. So say, for instance, if there's issues of health accessibility, if you're living in the village, or if you're living in a place where you don't have access to a hospital, or it's 5 hours, 7 hours away, that puts you at risk. And so her technology was focused on diminishing the maternal deaths that were happening in that space. There were people who were working on being more preemptive with notification of natural disaster, flood, earthquake, volcano eruptions, all of those things, so that they can evacuate more people and therefore we have less death. There were people working on food security issues and topics of that nature. There are people working on development in terms of hydroponics and how we will be growing our food in the future and what that looks like. So it can really go anywhere. It can go in so many different directions. And I think it's just allowing your beautiful mind to expand and be wild and free and not limit yourself based upon what's possible in the current.
Wow, that was a very deep answer. Thank you, Leslie.
I think that, the world is increasingly feeling more and more divisive. And although I'm probably closer to the end of my career than the beginning, I still have great hope that technology is going to play a key role for us to all realize we have a lot more in common than we are different. And that all of us, as we grow and learn, either individually or families or friends, that there is a common set of things we all want to achieve and share with each other. And I still have high hope that technology can play a key role in us finding the things in common versus the things that make us different, and that we can find a way to move forward in those things that are in common that matter versus focusing on those that don't. And whether it be in the area of geopolitics or, environment or social governments, I think there's many places where, we only have one planet. And I think tech can play a really big role in helping us realize that might be kind of important for us not to let slip through our fingers. So.
Yeah, there was a great Harvard Business Review article earlier this week about, that role in terms of help as a mission of an organization needing to connect to helping environmental causes, helping communities, helping others as a key way that how new talent are going to decide what organizations that they're working for. And so I think, technology will help us, but then it'll be, our responsibility around the storytelling and sharing what is the value, what is the results in the work that the team and the organization is able to deliver upon too.
Awesome. Thank you
so much.
Some really interesting perspectives, especially regarding kind of the humanity behind technology, which is something that we don't often consider.
Great question, Akshay. So what you're saying is technology isn't just bad. Now, everyone, this has been so great. Thank you so much. We're at the end of our time.
Today, we've got 4 consultants spanning a huge array of the industry. We have Lene Wagenbush. She's with Modern Executive Solutions. Modern is a global talent advisory firm that consults companies on their people and also does a lot of coaching. I will say that I've gotten to work with Modern closely over the last year, and I am just awed by this company and what they're doing for their clients and the communities that they've served. They're only 2 years old, and they've already given $1.5 million to charity. It's just incredible how this company is thriving. Gil Gomez, I've worked with now for more than a decade. Gil is with Deloitte here in Denver. Lene, by the way, is in Chicago. So Gil represents a world-class, renowned brand name, the experts in consulting. Dave Lazar is in Cleveland, and he started his own IT consulting firm. So he's more in the tech realm of consulting. And then finally, Janice Small, also from Cleveland, launched her own nonprofit consulting business. So a wild diversity of different types of consulting represented here, both in size and locations. So I actually wanted to start to bring your experiences to life. Could I ask each of you to share an example of a project that you've done a consulting work for, just to give us a sense of the type of consulting that you've done? What's like the headline of 1 or 2 projects that you have led as a consultant? Gil, I'll start with you.
Sure. So again, I'm just trying to think of probably the biggest one. So I am I'm in technology consulting. I am part of our technology consulting group. I lead our SAP analytics practice for the firm in the US, for the US firm. So SAP is a specific kind of enterprise resource planning software. One of the projects I led, one of the world's largest pharmaceutical companies and medical devices companies and consumer goods companies until very recently. We were doing a broader program to modernize their financial processes. So we implemented, their entire financial systems. My role was to redeploy and redesign everything that was they considered their old data warehouses, data marts, things like that. So I redesigned, and my team architected their new enterprise analytics platform, starting with their finance data. So the company is, again, very, very large. Everybody knows it. The project took over 1.5 years, and it was actually the largest analytics project that Deloitte as a firm has done till it's still there. I still have that record. So that world is, so just to give you an idea, they probably spent over $100 million with us. Not just on my piece of it, but my piece of it was about 25 of that. So a quarter of the project was specifically under my direction. I typically run very large programs for very large organizations. I've done a little bit of both, and I was at a small boutique for a while, so kind of grown up. But and my background is actually in finance, corporate finance, and planning and analysis specifically. Evolved into technology and evolved into large scale consulting programs. So that's what I do. I am more of my role is I don't manage the programs day to day. I tend to be more of a high level architect, executive relationships. I engage at the CIO level typically with my clients, and their kind of leads in the analytics and their data space. So that's kind of what I do. So hopefully not too techie or too much jargon, So Dave will understand. He's probably heard all this. He's a tech guy. So, but that's what I do.
Thank you so much, Gil. Janice, on the opposite end of the spectrum, potentially in terms of industry and scale, tell us a little, the headline of one project that you've worked on.
Got it. I worked a few years back with an organization called U.S. Catholic Sisters Against Human Trafficking. They recently, just in the matter of the last few weeks, by the way, changed their name to Alliance to End Human Trafficking. But it is a national 501c3 nonprofit organization. There were dozens of tiny, small, and small to medium organizations that were founded and or led by Catholic sisters throughout the country, all working to end, the terminology they use is modern day slavery, human trafficking. And they wanted to know how could they work together to coordinate, be most effective and efficient, and magnify together what they were all doing. So I worked through a planning process with, again, dozens of organizations, from startup to longer time organizations, from tiny budgets to larger budgets, to look at how do they each continue to fulfill their own mission in their own community, and without losing that, come together with kind of an overarching organization that could support them all and support the bigger picture. And that has been going well and growing for a number of years now. And they now work with comparable-ish alliances in other parts of the world.
Awesome. Lene, how about you?
Well, so part of at Modern, we're a talent consultancy firm. And so we do a lot of coaching, leadership coaching, and we do have an embedded executive search function. And that's primarily what I work on. But one of the best things I've done is helping a organization place a chief people officer. They had gone through a lot of transition, and so they really needed someone sitting in a seat to really help the people function of their organization. And so really listening to the clients and their needs, and kind of being able to advise them going through the processes, shining lights on things that they need to consider. And then bringing the perfect person aboard for the role was great. The best thing about it, though, is that when you look at a new team that's together, maybe some that have worked together longer than and some that not, being able to come at it from a leadership perspective to make sure that everyone is aligned so that they can truly be a functioning unit to their organization, to their community. So I'd have to say that's one of my top.
And then Dave, finally, one headline of one project you've done.
Let's see, it's hard to pick a favorite, but one that might be most kind of all-encompassing is, unlike Gill and Deloitte, most of our clients are quite a bit smaller. So typically, a few tens of millions to maybe about $500 million in revenue. So for a client that was around $500 million in revenue, what we did for them is they were really looking for help getting their arms around IT in so many different ways, whether it was cybersecurity, architecture. Hey, the CFO was saying something to the effect of, I've been here 20 years. We're largely doing things from a technology standpoint, using the same technology for the most part, just a new version of what we used 20 years ago. I got to believe there's a better way. So can you help us kind of get our arms around what we should be doing? And so that's been a relationship we've had now for 4 or 5 years. And so we've kind of helped them put together this overall plan and, help them execute that plan and address a lot of those issues they've had. So it's been very rewarding to see the impact that we've had together.
Thank you. And then I'll ask just one person to respond to this. Whoever sort of starts speaking first can go. But what case would you make for why consulting might be attractive to diverse candidates who might consider this career field?
Well, I'll go. I think because most consulting firms usually work with a lot of different customers, different industries, different cultures, a variety of sizes usually, or within some kind of broad category, broad size range. And so I think, all of that just gives, it's very challenging, rewarding, and I think, gives you more reps, more diverse reps and opportunities in a given period of time. Gil talked about a project that was a year or so long, but then they're on to another one a year or so later. For LaserPoint, most of our projects are much shorter in duration, but the point is you're seeing a lot of different things in a much shorter period of time than you would if you were in-house for an organization.
Would anyone else like to add to that?
I think consulting, it's broad. So it's not just, as to Dave's point, it's not just narrow to one thing. And so it provides a lot of opportunity to network with different people from different organizations, just different roles. It allows you to problem solve. So, using different skills and that you have. And also just, again, that networking piece, working with different people, that also kind of expands on your professional development. So it's not just one single thing. There's a lot of opportunity. You can meet and connect with a lot of different people.
And maybe building on that, Gil, what are you looking for when you're hiring for folks, or when you see people really thriving and succeeding? What are those skills or those traits that you find to be most critical to perform?
Because kind of adding to the last question and then going on to this one, our CEO, our consulting CEO, had a great line. He said, "Consulting is a perfect career for a diverse team, because there's so many different things we do." And I mentioned it, we handle all kinds of different problems. We solve problems, whatever that problem happens to be with our expertise. That's what consulting is fundamentally doing. We solve business problems to meet the mission of the organization, whatever that mission happens to be. So what we look for are people that can do that, right? Different skill sets, different education, different backgrounds, especially different backgrounds, because that diversity of thought helps us to solve business problem in a more creative way. So how you process information, our interviews are typically relatively short, 2 days, half-hour interviews, behavioral and case study, for example. And we know that, especially students, or younger practitioners, how they're going to react to getting thrown a lot of information very quickly, how they process and how they divulge information. So communication skills are very important, thinking on your feet, very important, and just kind of the projection of confidence, understanding, okay, I may not know the answer, but I can find out, and this is what I believe that answer should be. So I think communication is very important, but again, also just the ability to listen and think about how am I going to approach that solution. So that's what we listen to and what we look for. And we know, and especially newer folks, is we look for that potential to have that to grow. Our model is an apprenticeship model. We are a partnership. The idea is that we bring in new talent to grow, and we'll teach you the talent. And then, and I got many former colleagues and folks who work for me have done, great things at big companies or smaller consulting firms, or just started their own thing, because, that's really the thing. So there's a lot of, again, but it's a broad skill set, and we look for a lot of different skill sets. So again, very perfect. It's a perfect for a diverse type pool, if you will, of talent.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. And I'll just encourage folks, if you have questions or if you have something that you want to share about what position you're in or what you're looking for in your own career field, please feel free to share that in the chat, and we'll either respond immediately or follow up with you afterwards. Janice, what types of roles or opportunities do you think exist in consulting that people may not be aware of? And or what sort of trends do you see in this industry, if you're sort of thinking about what the future of this industry is?
So I'm going to answer a few different parts of that. Building on, though, what Gil just said to your last question, I look to hire only people who have had some experience working within a nonprofit organization. Before I bring people on to work with me to help help nonprofits solve their problems, I make sure people have lived that role of working within a nonprofit. I have been teaching nonprofit graduate students for lots of years, and I sometimes do sneaky things like I am interviewing my students without them even realizing it. And many of them are people that have worked within nonprofits for a number of years and then decide, in many cases, people working in nonprofits trained as social workers or trained as artists or trained as therapists, and then they find themselves running a large social work agency or a museum or something or other and realize that they need to get that degree. That's how I encounter those individuals. But I feel that more and more nonprofit organizations, at least, and I think that what I'm saying here would go for my other co-presenters here, are learning the value of using consultants. That's something, Andre, that you mentioned earlier on about thinking about bringing in expert consultants. I'm working with a medium-sized hip hop organization looking to preserve the hip hop culture and how hip hop can strengthen neighborhoods, communities, and social emotional skills and learning skills for young people. And I said to these people, mostly who are hip hop artists, I want you to learn more about how nonprofits run, but we don't need to turn you into a fundraiser. You can hire expert fundraisers as consultants to work with you. Same thing, Dave, I'm going to connect some with you. You don't need to become IT experts. You can retain the services of the IT experts. You have great expertise in your field. Let's build on that. So I think it is a growing field as more and more people are beginning to understand how important and helpful and economically speaking, smart it could be working with outside consultants.
Thank you so much, Janice. I love and appreciate that. And I also got a question from Wang that I think is so relevant. Wang, I think this is such a great question. Maybe you could turn on your speaker and ask it yourself, coming from the context that you have.
Well, okay. Well, thanks, Andra. And again, thanks, everybody. My name is Wang. I am a scholar 2016. Sorry, I turned off my camera because I'm in Oxford and it's terribly dark here. But thanks so much for sharing your insights and advice. I was just wondering, I'm a PhD student from immunology, but I have explored the path of consultant. But oftentimes there's very kind of horrendous assumptions about what exactly it entails. So from your work experience, what are some of the assumptions that you have realized that people from academic background have, when they're applying for job in consultancy, management, or life sciences, et cetera, et cetera? Thank you again.
Yeah, and I'd broaden that beyond academia alone. I agree. I think sometimes people say, oh, I'm in consulting. And then what's the reaction you get? And what are the biggest misperceptions of your industry? Open to anyone.
Maybe could you share some of the assumptions you've heard?
Well, it would be heavily biased, but I heard, lots of travelings, much more money that you make, relative to other jobs. You might work with project that is shorter, but there are projects that are longer. The work hour is very long, but you need to kind of enjoy, the fact that you follow and start a project, but not necessarily kind of follow through the whole project until the end. So I'm not sure if that's accurate, but that's what I heard. And of course, this depends on, the company and the firm, but yeah.
Gail, go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to give him the consulting answer. Well, it depends. He actually said it, right? That's the typical consulting answer. The answer is yes. That could be across the board. Again, it depends on what you're working on, what your area of expertise is, the firm, the culture of the firm. I'm back on the road almost 100%. I was in the road for the last 6 weeks. Most of my colleagues aren't. So it varies, but that goes in lulls. Typically, yeah, that was the case. Things are changing, so travel is changing. I don't know. And again, we typically don't do Monday through Thursday anymore, but that's also changing. Some clients want us there. Most clients don't want us there anymore. So it is the biggest thing that I say that I personally like about consulting that is absolutely true. It is completely unstructured, and you have to be comfortable in an unstructured environment. I have no idea what I'm doing tomorrow. I love that. I have a whole calendar, but it's going to blow up anyway. So you have to be comfortable with that. And I don't know, Dave, Janice said it when I think that's, probably depending on how you've evolved your career in consulting, regardless of where I've done this, I've been with the firm 7 years. I did consulting in other firms, and some other type work. It varies, but that's always been the case, and I pursue that. I don't like structure. I actually like having, I thrive in that kind of not uncertainty, but there's different things that I have. I also have a lot of flexibility in my role. It's my role. So, Dave, I mean, any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think one of the things, so with LaserPoint, and again, it varies from one firm to the next, but the majority of our clients are pretty local, or at least they're headquartered in, our backyard. And so we typically aren't traveling, or if we are, we get in the car, we drive 30 minutes, drive an hour, we're on site with a client. But again, today you can do so much remotely. So we're not on an airplane, in a hotel 4 or 5 days a week, that sort of thing. And in our world, part of what we do is consulting, where it's more, we're providing advice, guidance, so on and so forth. But we go further. So I mentioned like cybersecurity before. Well, we're actually fighting the bad guys. When they've attacked a client, we're in there, we're, rolled up our sleeves. We are, really part of their team, protecting them and addressing those issues. Where a lot of pure consulting, they'll give advice, and it ends there, which some people might love that and others, not. So it's like a lot of things in life. Be careful, any stereotype, or some of that's probably true, but it can vary greatly from one company to the next.
May I please, if I can, Andra, follow up on both Dave and Gil's kind of response, because so you mentioned that, being a consultant seemed to favor people who can think on their feet and think quickly and like the unstructured environment. But at the same time, we're talking about diversity. There are people who might not be driving in that kind of situation, but that doesn't mean that they don't have the skill or ability to solve problems. So for people like that, by that I mean me, what are your advice and tips on how can we improve that? Obviously, practice makes perfect. But other than that, what are something that you would tell that kind of candidate to improve their, think on the spot kind of skill set?
I'm going to answer that in a strange way, if that's okay. Sorry, Gil. I'm going to say one thing and then I'll wrap it up quickly. When I started my business 20 years ago, it was 20 years last month. Before that, I had been executive director of 2 different nonprofits and did consulting on the side because people kept asking me, can you help me with this or that? When I was looking and thinking about starting my firm, one of my biggest mentors said to me, the only thing I'm going to warn you about, it's not going to be that you're not going to get enough work. You're going to get plenty of work. That's the common concern when you're starting a consulting business. Will I get enough work? But it's going to be, how will you feel if you put together this whole plan with an organization or with a group of organizations, and then they throw it away after you go? And I thought about that because she said, when you're running your own organization, when you do that whole thing, then you implement that whole thing, unless the world changes, of course, and then you adjust it. But someone might pay you, come up with a plan together. They might be all excited about it. And then they might say, oh, well, something has changed. We're not doing it. So and I thought long and hard about that. And it does happen once in a while. And it does throw me once in a while when it happens. It doesn't happen very often. But that's a different kind of person that likes to and kind of needs to see a project through. And there's nothing wrong with being that kind of person. So consulting is not the thinking on your feet, doing one project, then to the next, to the next, to the next. That's not for everybody, and that's okay.
Maybe what I'd add is, I think at least at LaserPoint, and maybe I even think on the pure consulting side, there are roles where it's okay to not necessarily be as quick on our feet as some other role. So if that's something you're concerned with, and I do think it's some of that you can develop that skill over time, but I still think there can be a role or roles where whatever your natural strengths are, you can be successful. And so I don't think I'd be worried that, that's a deal breaker for you. I think what I'd add to the list, are you curious? Having the good soft skills, hardworking, I believe is something I think on average, if you're in consulting or you're in the service industry, where even if it's the non-consulting side of what we do, when you have multiple clients, I think it is tougher. If you're an internal IT person, you probably have a lot more leeway and more forgiveness than when you're an external partner that they feel they're paying a lot of money to, which they probably are. But in general, so I think it's demanding. But for some people, if you like that, if you like to be challenged, you like to work hard, you like to serve, clients and customers, then I think you can find it very fulfilling. So for those types of people, I think, you can be really quick on your feet and be successful, but I think there's still room. The person, we have some folks on our team that sometimes they need a few minutes to get their thoughts together before they respond. And they've been there for, 10, 20 years and been very successful. So anyway, hope that helps.
We're at the final minute here. I wanted to take sort of really wrap up by thank you all so much for dedicating your time to this conversation. I think I heard a lot of great things about the type of diverse experiences and backgrounds, including Nina, any degree. I think that it's actually appealing to see people who are coming from some kind of different perspective, or who even have a hobby that's unique in their free time. That's a good thing. So the talents and the experiences that each of you are bringing to this field, if you choose to pursue it, are great.
So I'm going to go ahead and get started. So I am Jamie Clay. I'm the Young Leaders Program Director here at Greenhouse Scholars. I particularly chose to facilitate this panel because I have a master's in nonprofit management myself and have worked in nonprofits my entire career. So they're near and dear to my heart, and I'm really excited to share your career and experiences with all of our scholars, alumni, and staff. So let's go ahead and get started. I'm going to just briefly introduce our panelists that are here today. For those of you tuning in, you can view their more in-depth bios in the attendee hub, as well as on the Greenhouse website on our news and happenings page. So we have here Brett Brenton. He serves as Regional Impact Manager at My Future NC, which is a statewide nonprofit organization focused on educational attainment. He serves the North Carolina regions of the state, and I thought this was a fun fact. Brett, you started your career as a high school social studies teacher. We then have Barbara Jordan, who I'm excited to introduce. I also came from a School of Medicine background. Barbara is currently Education Administrator at Mayo Clinic in Minnesota. Mayo Clinic is a top-ranked hospital in the U.S. with campuses in Arizona, Florida, and Minnesota. Barbara currently has a dual assignment with leadership responsibility for the Mayo Clinic, including the Office of Education, Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion. And then we have Kristen Young. She is the Executive Director of Leadershape in Illinois. Leadershape has been creating transformational leadership development experiences for over 30 years. A really interesting fact about Kristen, she started with Leadershape as a participant and is now the Executive Director.
In her current role, Kristen is responsible for the programmatic components of Leadership's 3 programs. So thank you all for joining us today. I'm just super excited to learn more about you. All right, so let's get started. So I'm going to ask the question, and how about we'll go Brett, Barbara, and Kristen to order that answer this first question. How would you make a case to a diverse population that your industry, the nonprofit industry, is attractive?
Thanks, Jamie. Thanks for having me on too. So I think a lot of people get driven to nonprofit work because they identify some kind of social need that could be addressed. Maybe it's elusive when you're young, when you're just coming up through high school, that there are actually well-established vehicles to be able to influence that change. But through exposure, you come to learn that your village is out there and you just need to find it. And, you know, what's beautiful about it is when we think about trying to serve the diverse populations of this country, you know, there's really, really mission-driven organizations that can do that. And it's hard to say in a lot of other sectors, even the public sector, working for government, that you can do that with quite as aligned a mission that a nonprofit can give you. So for me personally, it's always been great. I was an educator for a long time, but then worked for a racial equity organization for 4 years. I ran a STEM nonprofit for diverse populations, and now do statewide work in broad educational attainment. So in all 3 cases, I've been able to take what was a passion and really embed it into nonprofit work. And the neat thing is, you know, you do it in a way that suits how you come to the work, not necessarily, you know, like you might in private where you're conforming to a mold that already exists.
Thank you, Jamie and Brent, and thank you for having me here. The questions were all very, very good ones, and this one really caused me to think, why have I spent 31 years actually at Mayo Clinic working in various roles, the most recent in education with the medical students and the residents, and why do I do that? People have always said, why do you stay in Minnesota and work for Mayo? You could go out into corporate America and take your talents and skills and do well. But as Brent was saying, you know, in nonprofit work, we often find our peeps. And when you're in corporation, it's a diversity of folks. But those of us who gravitate toward this kind of work, we are surrounded by others who share similar passions. And, you know, for us, these are more than jobs. These are opportunities to close gaps. And for me, coming from a community of color, I've known about the disparities in healthcare. I've known about the maldistribution of physicians and healthcare workers across our country. And working in education, particularly medical education, has afforded me the opportunity to work with the future. We have a commitment at Mayo Clinic to advance equity in our education programs. In other words, we want to see more physicians of color come out of Mayo Clinic, Alex School of Medicine. So to do that, I have a team of folks and we scour the country. We work to ensure that everyone knows that Mayo Clinic is for all of us. And so we've been able to really, over the years, today we have the most diverse medical school in the United States. In terms of majority medical schools, our diversity is outstanding, but it's because all of us share that same vision. We know that physicians of color graduating from medical school often will go back to the communities that they came from to serve. So in our own way, then we're helping to close those disparity gaps. It's a ripple effect after that. So again, working with folks who share the same passion is my biggest reason for staying at Mayo all these years. And I look forward to continue to do the work as long as I can stay in my right mind and still standing.
Thank you, Jamie, for having me, and Brett and Barbara. I love hearing your thoughts on that because my thoughts are very much in alignment with that. I think working in the not-for-profit sector, I've been able to live out my values on a daily basis in ways that I don't think my friends and peers in other organizations get to do. They may find that for a little while within a piece or part of their job, but I found that in all that I do. I don't feel that I've needed to compromise my values because the organization I've been a part of has been in alignment with those. And they've also helped me build those values as I've grown with the organization. So, Barbara, I haven't been at Leadership 30 years, but I've been here almost 20. So I'm close. I'm getting there. And I often, just pause to think 20 years in one organization is a really long time. I don't have any other peers that I went to my undergraduate degree with or my master's program with that are still in the same company. And I think a lot of that is because of the culture of the not-for-profit work is that I've also been nurtured and developed along the way. And so my organization, and I think lots of organizations do this, will invest in me personally and professionally so that I can then contribute to the work that we do. And it's been in such a meaningful way that it's also kept me here, and wanted me then, as I've now taken on this executive director role, given me an opportunity to give that back to others who work for us. So it is really a full cycle. And I agree with you completely, Barbara. Like, I found my people. I really did. And I think, I always knew that, and I struggled in college, and maybe some of you all do as well, of like, I'm getting a degree. I'm not really quite sure. My degree was speech pathology and audiology. I didn't really know what to do with it. And along my path, I found a real connection to community work and activism work. And so that led me down this path of working in higher education and then in the not-for-profit sector. And so I think that I think one of the things that the industry has to offer to diverse populations is you do get to create your path. And there are lots of ways to do that in the not-for-profit sector that maybe don't exist in the for-profit world or in other places, because nonprofits have to be nimble. They have to be adaptive. And so they take those skills and we need that in people. And that often doesn't exist in other places. So I think that's, for me, when I think about the case for why we need diverse populations within the not-for-profit sector, it is that, and it is an opportunity to have voices in that space that are so greatly needed. So yeah.
Thank you guys so much. I agree with so much of what you said in my own journey in my nonprofit career. All of you spoke to passion and how passion, has really driven what you do and what you continue to do. Can you speak a little bit more about, how your passion and how your work are making a positive impact in your communities and with your constituents? So Barbara, I'm going to start with you, and then go to Kristen, and then Brett.
Thank you, Jamie. Yeah, that's a great question. And, immediately I think of a twofold answer that, my passion has allowed me to invest in myself to do better. I think Kristen said this, and Mayo Clinic has been it's a great place to work, I would add. But they've also been very supportive of ensuring that I have what I need to do the work that they will expect us to do. So passion has allowed me to be innovative and creative and not just come to work to do a job. And, we've got a great team, and I'm their resource broker, I always say, as the leader of the team. And they can thus be creative and innovative and help, as both Brent and Kristen will tell you, we don't have the resources often that my colleagues in corporate America, when we go to exhibits or things, I'm like in awe of the booths for corporations, but yet we do great. We have a quality booth, but it's a lot less resource intensive than what might have been expected. But in our passion and our interest, we just get very creative and figure it out, ways to do things differently, and thus, still be responsible stewards of the organization's resources. It also allows us to, I'm very active in the Rochester, Minnesota community because I want to show that it's more than just a job for us. These are the communities that we serve as well. So we get engaged in community, and our passion allows us to do that. It's nights and weekends often, but whether it's serving on the Chamber of Commerce Board or working at the Boys and Girls Club or supporting the NAACP, it doesn't matter, because all of it works toward the greater good, which for us is closing disparity gaps in healthcare.
I agree with you, Barbara. I think, and I'm sure we'll talk about it here in a few minutes, about some of the unique challenges we face in terms of funding and those resources that come. But for me, when I think about the positive impact, I think about the people. Every time I think of the work that I do, and the work that we do at Leadershape is helping create a more just, caring, and thriving world where all people lead with integrity and practice a healthy disregard for the impossible. And when I think of that, I think of all the people that we've interacted with. So over the course of our time, we partner with college students to go through immersive programs, and I will randomly be either in my community or even traveling around the country, and I might have on a Leadershape sweatshirt or something that identifies me. And I've had a number of times random strangers walk up to me and say, "Oh my goodness, you were at Leadershape." And I said, I also worked there. And they're like, that program was so helpful in my development as a student. And so I'm so fortunate to hear those stories. And I know when I hear that one story, there are 15 other stories out there just like that. And so I always think about, that we are able to make positive impacts that we often don't see, but I trust that they're happening because I see good happening in the world around me, right? And so I see community change happening, and I can see how those are connected to the people who attended our programs. And so for me, it really is looking at the people and who come through the course of our time, whether it's brief or a long-term, relationship with us, that we've hopefully left them with something better for their own personal development than they had coming into the program.
Love those thoughts. Makes it very easy to build off of them. So, I would say nonprofit work is kind of the work of the empath, right? Someone who really cares a lot about other people, first and foremost. So we all have to prioritize what's going to be important to us in the job that we take, in the career that we take. I had someone introducing me to the concept of the Key Guy a bunch of years ago, and it's this kind of overlap of what you're good at, what you want to do, what the world needs, and what you can get paid for. And I think nonprofit folks are what the world needs, and what you're good at, and you're looking for the way to combine those things so well, and finding what there's so many branches on the tree that you can explore once you decide that you want to do this kind of work. And that is really about passion. You're tapping into what it is that I think, nonprofit folks tend to be a little more self-actualized. They figured themselves out, not completely. We're all kind of a mess too. But we've at least kind of had that conversation with ourselves about what's really important to us in this world, about what we want our life to mean. And to me, that really personifies passion. It plays itself out. And all of a sudden you find yourself dedicating your career, your entire existence to whatever it was that passion. For a lot of people, that's just not going to be true. They're going to be driven by different things, and so it's not going to be a good fit for them. But I think it's safe to say, at least for the three of us, that that's exactly what's
Great. Thank you, everyone. It's so relatable to hear your journeys and just, speak about how many overlaps there are, even though you're in completely different nonprofits. So I think it's really important to hear. Another thing I want to talk about, are some challenges and opportunities in your industries, and maybe now, or what you've experienced previously. So, what are those unique challenges and opportunities that are in the sector, maybe compared to the private sector? I know, Barbara, you mentioned that a little bit with, going to career fairs and kind of not being able to compare to the others, but what else are you seeing out there? So Kristen, I think I'll start with you, followed by Brett and Barbara.
All right, thanks. Well, I thought a lot about this because I was like, of course, the funding is always the issue, but it's really interesting. I was thinking about it, and it's interesting that we brought it up. It's passion. So one of, I think, the biggest struggles that we often face is that as a not-for-profit, we rely on other people's passions to help do our work. Whether it's volunteering with us or, coming alongside us to do some type of work. And oftentimes people's passions change over the trajectory of their life. And so you may have people that are very involved for a couple of years and then that filters off. And so that constant need to find and connect with people that will come alongside this work with you is, I think, a constant struggle and challenge that we often don't talk about in the not-for-profit sector. And it's sometimes hard, I think, as a not-for-profit employee, because you have that passion. My passion hasn't gone anywhere, but I could think about people who sat around a table with me 15 years ago in our organization as volunteers. They're not here anymore because it's not because they don't like us. It's not because they don't care about us anymore. It's just the trajectory of their life took them in other places and they maybe ran out of time, right? And so, how do you manage that? And then also, how do you not get jaded by that and think like, well, am I the only one who cares about this? And I know that that's not true, but there are moments, I think, of frustration in the not-for-profit sector that you feel isolated and alone in doing the work that you're doing. And so I think those are two of the bigger challenges that I thought of as I was thinking about that question.
Yeah, I look at like, folks that get into corporate life or life in the private sector, and revenue is kind of the ultimate measuring stick of how well you're doing, right? And so there is a competition that's almost healthy. It's almost welcomed in a market-based job. In nonprofit work, so I've been directly on the ground in nonprofit roles, and now I'm in a role that we try to support the creation of nonprofit ecosystems in the counties that I work with, centered around educational attainment. And what I witness now that I'm kind of that one step removed is the scarcity mindset that just takes over so many nonprofits because they're competing for these funds. And, it's so sad because there can be two organizations in a specific community that have such good, like, cooperative alignment, but they can't get over the fact that they're chasing a grant from the same funder. There's only so many people who are really supporting the work financially, and they can never come together in a way that could maximize impact. And so that's the other piece to me is the big challenge is not just your impact is always, it's hard to see sometimes in the immediate. You get kind of, Kristen raised a good point about seeing people later. Like, well, that's great kind of, long-term evidence of the impact that you've had. But when you're doing it day to day, sometimes you get lost in not seeing it. And if you go too long without seeing it, it can be very frustrating. And we have to measure that impact for those funders. We have to come back and say, well, here's what we did, to meet your metrics. And that's kind of sometimes square peg round hole. So yeah, those are the big ones to me of just going in the nonprofit world. And it takes kind of, I don't know if it's a thick skin is the right term for it, but it just takes maybe a lived experience, a learned wisdom to really be able to kind of get over those either daily humps or permanent humps that are going to persist.
Thank you, Brett and Kristen. An attitude of scarcity, I can certainly relate to that. I would say, besides what my colleagues have shared, which is spot on, the resources, we try not to focus too much on that, but it is a challenge for us with staffing because in not-for-profits, our salaries are going to be often below market. We try to keep them, we're like at Mayo, we try to stay 60% of the market. And our positions can go a lot of other places and make a lot more money. Our allied health staff, same thing. So it's a challenge for us that our top talent often gets pulled away by the allure of greater compensation. So that is one, but we try to build up. We have great other ways to attract staff, and I hope now with remote environment we're drawing from all over the country for our staffing. opportunities, I think you touched on this, Brett, partnerships and just really trying to ensure that there's no redundancy in them in our in the scope of our marketplaces, if you will. In Rochester, for example, there's a plethora of youth servicing organizations, and we support and work with them to do recruitment and education. But when it's often redundant. And so our resources then are challenged to try to service all of them. Mentorship programs are another example. As we look to provide mentors to high school students, there are programs that do the same thing times 6. So opportunities to partner rather than compete is what I would say to that. But yeah, it's a different kind of environment. Always looking for ways to increase capacity.
Great, thank you all. Well, we only have about 6 minutes left. I feel like I could talk to you guys all day, but so I have one last question maybe to answer. But if there's anything else you want to just chime in while you're answering, feel free. But I think one thing that's really important to hear is just about, what opportunities are there? I know I was in several different roles, which I didn't understand at the time, but what it did was teach me what I did want in a nonprofit community. It taught me what I didn't want. So what key roles in the nonprofit industry are there that maybe young professionals aren't aware of that could get them to that role that they ultimately want? Brett, we'll start with you, followed by Barbara and Kristen.
Kristen, I'll try to speak to your question too in this answer, but I think the cool thing about nonprofit work is you can be a storyteller and fit into just about any nonprofit. You can be a finance or accounting, a numbers person and fit into just about any nonprofit. You can be an extrovert, and there's going to be a ton of front-facing roles for that. So like just on the horizontal cut, find out what that vocation is that you feel like you're really, really strong at. And then look for kind of the types of nonprofits doing that work. I'd also say, so I'm in the Triangle region of North Carolina, which is Raleigh, Durham, Chapel Hill. And I got tapped into a network that founded a nonprofit community leaders group. And we meet on Zoom. We used to meet in person before COVID at a Pay What You Can cafe. And we transitioned to Zoom in 2020. And it's probably 6 years old now. We get 60 people that show up once a month on the Zoom. And we always highlight the people that are just walking in the room and they're saying, hey, I'm new to this. I just moved to town, or I'm looking for a switch, or and then boom, like you are just now under a spotlight in front of a bunch of people that either run nonprofits or know the nonprofit network. So seek out those kind of sometimes hidden networks. Business is a little better at publicizing their networks than nonprofits are. But I know they exist. I mean, you can't be this kind of person and not seek out your peers. So no matter where you live, I think one exists, and it's just a matter of trying to find that, and then seeing where your vocation fit will match.
I'll just tag on to what Brett said. I think we are open to a lot of different backgrounds and training. We train folks for positions. I would lift up philanthropy as a major component of what not-for-profits are always seeking. And those are good jobs. Director of development, development coordinator. There are training programs in our educational institutions today, but it's often that gregarious, outgoing personality who's interested, who has the passion for the mission of the organization. So I would encourage our young colleagues to look at organizations who may match up with your interest and your passion, and then consider, whether it's getting some education or on-the-job training. But those jobs there's a plethora of them, because people don't like to ask people for money. But if you're prepared and you believe in the mission and you get some training, I think those are great jobs. Great jobs.
Yeah, so the other thing that I'll add on to that is I think a lot of key roles in thinking about how to get into the not-for-profit sector is looking at potentially joining boards. And I know very often as young adults, we don't think about joining boards, that you think that is something for someone of an older age. But there are many organizations that have young members on their board, and they have different, requirements for, being a young member or a recent graduate, and really thinking about getting involved that way. So it gets exposure to the organizations, but then also gives you a way to contribute. And I know, even I speak for my own board, it's an experience that we really value. Like, we really need those voices at the table, and recognizing that you can't contribute in the same way as other board members, maybe financially, but the contributions you make in the thought process and the guidance outnumber, I think, for me anyways, the financial contribution sometimes, because it really can be transformative. So not being afraid to ask not-for-profits of, have you ever had someone who just graduated college on your board? Like, ask those questions. Because very often I think as not-for-profit leaders, we just get distracted and we're like, yep, that sounds great. I just don't have time to figure out how to do that. But if someone comes to me with, this is how I'd like to do it, I'm like, yeah, great. Let's make that work.
Great, thank you. Some great recommendations in the chat as well. As I mentioned to Kristen, I'm happy to meet with you and Michelle also, to continue these discussions. Also, I joined the Young Nonprofit Professionals Network, YNPN, when I was in my 20s and 30s, and that really helped me make some connections. So I'd recommend looking that up in your area.
For those of you I don't know, my name is Emily, and I work as the Colorado Relationships and Community Manager here at Greenhouse. And I am thrilled to introduce your panelists for this session. We have Kyle Pischel, Lead Packaging Engineer at Atlantic Packaging. We also have another rep from Atlantic Packaging here with us today. Harris Horde is joining us as well. We have Greg Muckerson, Director of Cultural Integrity and People Equity at JD Finish Line, and Sean Steigler, Managing Partner, Colorado Offices of Michael Best and Co-Chair of Venture Best. So thank you all for being here. Before I kick us off, just a friendly reminder to our alums to write down any questions you have and save them for the one-on-one sessions towards the end of the day, where you'll get to connect with some of these folks. So we'll kick off for the first question, and anyone can start, and then we can kind of go around. But for our panelists, how would you make a case to a diverse population that your industry is attractive?
I'm happy to jump in there, usually first to speak here, if it's all right. So the packaging industry, I think, is unique in the sense that it doesn't get a whole lot of acclaim, albeit it's something that we interface with on a regular basis. And, one thing that really kind of comes up in my mind often is that, we're in a time and place where packaging has gotten more, negative press than ever before, and rightfully so in a lot of cases. And I think that we're in the process where a lot of things are changing, and a lot of, new procedures and materials and all these alternatives are being implemented. But I don't necessarily know that it's representative of the cross section of the users of packaging. So it's really fine and dandy to talk about compostable materials going into Whole Foods and this kind of golden target for what they should be. But the reality is that packaging is utilitarian for a lot of people, and for a lot of groups that are not represented in the decision making that continues to add cost to products. And so from an excitement standpoint and from a general consumerism standpoint, I think that it's really great to be able to have exposure to things that we then use on a regular basis. But I do think that a lot of the decision making and direction in the industry is being made by a lot of people that are just generally out of touch with daily life and the convenience and the things that we need, and the access to recycling and the access to these end of life scenarios. So I really see a resurgence in kind of the youth of the packaging driving a lot of these changes, but there's still just a lot of the same mindset that's ultimately overseeing it. So I always encourage younger and more diverse groups to come in and bring the opinion of their life experiences, because we've been dealing with packaging our whole life. We have feelings about it. So it's really exciting to be able to spend so much time on things that become so intimately used by so many people, but I just think we don't have a great lens of all the people in all these decision making.
Great. Thanks, Kyle. Anyone else want to jump in?
Yeah, I'll hop in. So yeah, I love my job. I love what I get to do, and I think it's a great, the question of how would you make a case that it's an attractive industry. So, in case it didn't come through and obvious, I'm a lawyer technically. I'm also an accountant by training, and our firm, like a lot of firms now, we do a lot of things other than just law. A lot of consulting, government relations. We just hired a really good friend of mine to help build community. So it's a really dynamic field that you can do everything. Like I work with venture-backed startups and venture capitalists and family offices. I personally love that, but I have great colleagues that love the litigation and figuring out issues. We have people who do patent work or IP work. So creating brands like Google or Notre Dame or Microsoft, like protecting that, super cool. So yeah, I love what I get to do. And I think there's so many different opportunities in law or consulting. There's not a path for everyone, but I think there's a lot of different paths. So I'll try and keep it short.
Thanks, Sean.
Well, I guess I'll follow up. Love the answer by my two panelists, Sean and Kyle. Excellent answers. For me, I'll say how to make it attractive. The retail industry is driven by the people. So you have a chance to be a part of everything that's going on, the trends that are being set. You have a chance to represent diversity, to ensure that every race, ethnicity, every gender identity, trends that impact everything that we talk about diverse, you have a chance to be a part of that in the retail industry. You set the trends, so you get a chance to be a part of what we purchase to bring to life these trends from every different background, every different makeup. You have a chance to really have an impact. And for a lot of people, they want to be a part of that. They want to be a part of how people identify. And in this industry, you have that chance every day. Every day I wake up, I listen to what Sean said. I love my job. I love what I do because I get a chance to help people. And to me, there's no better thing to do. Well, in the retail industry, that's what you're doing. You're representing the people. And, there's no better way to do that than to come on board and in the different sectors that we have, the different departments. You get a chance to be a part of that every day. You get a chance to make a difference every day. And that's something that's very attractive. And we offer the opportunity. So, that's what I love about our job. We offer you the opportunity to be a part of what's happening that's bigger than just you. You get a chance to be a part of what's happening in the world, because retail shows up in the world. It's driven by the people. So I think it's very attractive, and, we welcome that, and we welcome them ideals. We need diversity in our industry so that way everyone's represented. So I think that's what makes it attractive, and that's why we search out diversity, because we recognize that we need that in this profession.
Awesome. Well, that was fantastic. Thank you all for your responses. What advice would you give to young leaders who are exploring career options across various industries? How can they determine the right fit? And sharing some of how you got to where you are might also be helpful as well.
All right.
I don't mind. Oh, go ahead, Sean.
Go, great. No, go for it. I'll go next.
Well, for me, I would say to young leaders, do what you're passionate about, because you have to do this 365 days of the year. So you want to do something that you're passionate with, something that you love, because that makes the job way more enjoyable. So when you're exploring career options, what is it that you like? What do you have a passion for? That's what I tell young leaders all the time. What do you have a passion for? Be curious, be open. Be open to new ideas, exploring different things, because that's how you find out what you like. For me, I started in the diversity and inclusion industry way back in 2002, worked at a community outreach center, worked in the prison system, mental health system. I loved it. Then I moved into retail. still went back to school, went back and got my master's degree, and through that, working in different industries, I kind of made my way back to D&I. But I explored. I moved around. I started in Philadelphia, then took an opportunity in Indianapolis, also in Maryland. So I was willing to explore, but it was because of my passion. It was because of what I love. So every day, I wake up and I'm thankful for the position I have. Every day I wake up and I'm thankful to be able to help people, and help them fulfill their needs. So I would say, look at, what you're passionate about. Really, really dig into that, dive into that, because that will catapult you into the right career, and it will make it a rewarding career for you as well.
All right. I'm going to piggyback on what you said a little bit there, Greg. And it seems like everyone's coming out of this with a reading list, but one of the books I love is a book called Range by a guy named Derek Epstein, who also wrote a book called The Sports Gene. And the whole thesis of the book is that all the best companies, all the best innovation, all the best athletes, or not all the best, but a lot, synthesize or bring different things to the table. And that's what makes the company better, the innovation better. And so to Greg's point, I think be authentic, find things you do care about that move you. But then if you can bring, if you love marketing, but you can bring a little finance background, or if you have an interesting background in your history, and you can bring that to a law firm, that makes you a superhero. So I think, like, my example was, I was an accountant first. I didn't honestly love being an accountant. For me, it wasn't, I grew up very modestly, and I knew if I got an accounting degree, I could get a job. That's why I did it. And so after a few years, I realized I just don't like doing this every day, to Greg's point. And so then I was like, but I always loved the law. I love some of that. So I used my accounting background. I was one of the few people who had an accounting background and a law degree. So it's like, I was able to parlay that into something different. We have here a lot of engineers, scientists, computer scientists that do IP work. So the fact that you bring that background and then you can do the law side or the consulting side is a superpower. So, I would say you're young, you're earlier in your career, try things, find things you're passionate about. And even if that's not the right path, then take who you are, take the person that you are, and parlay that into the next thing.
Yeah, I think that's great, Sean. That's a good setup. See, I won't recommend any books because I don't like to read. So I shouldn't have been a lawyer. It wouldn't have worked out that way. But I think passion is kind of stemmed through curiosity. And so if you can really identify the things that make you curious and make you want to learn more, I think that's a good way to continue to keep things fresh. And so there's certain folks that want to know everything about exactly what they're doing, and that there's some repetitive nature to it, and that's okay. That's a personality trait. But then there's some folks that just tend to get bored more often and want to continue to learn more and continue to have exposure to others. So I think you really need to look and challenge, how open is this career opportunity, or how open is this field, that it'll always kind of continuously be changing. And a lot of things, if we're involved with culture, if we're involved with, the community and people, that's the ever-present kind of encouragement to keep things new and keep things different. So we all are kind of born with certain things, and I have small children and I see it in them already, of the things that they're naturally drawn to. And then it's just about, how do I get exposure to jobs that may parlay in some of these natural curiosities that I have? And those things together are a great fit.
How can young leaders build a diverse skill set that is adaptable to different industries and roles?
Is it my turn? I'll kick off. I'm just gonna. There's a great podcast yesterday. Tim Ferriss, I just threw it in the chat, with Richie Paul, who, if you don't know, is a pretty world famous agent and innovator in sports entertainment, and he talks a lot about this subject. No, I think this again, I think if you do things, and this comes from experience, that you don't like to do, it's not going to end well. So, I think you're at a place, and it's an unbelievable opportunity right now, whether it's podcasts, audiobooks, content, I would say just keep seeking what moves you, what motivates you, and then keep reaching out to people. You know, if you're interested in law, I'm sure my contacts info is here, like, or any of that. Reach out to people like me. Like, we all, you know, when I moved to Colorado, I didn't know a single person, and so many people were so gracious and kind to me and brought me in and helped me. And I think so many of us feel we need to pay that back 10x. So like, even if it's a little outside your comfort zone, reach out to the people who you think are doing what you might be interested in or adjacent, because those conversations you will get so much out of. And I think most of us actually, you know, want to help. So my 2 cents.
We actually end up learning something too. That's the fun little surprise about how
For
this works.
sure.
It's never a one-way street. And I mean, I think the one thing that, you know, I never wanted to hear when I was young is how do you build a skill set? It's time is a lot of it. It's experience. It's just living it and going through it and always being open-minded to learn from others that you may disagree wholeheartedly with, but everybody's lens and everybody's view is valuable, and it has a learning opportunity to it. And so I think to put yourself in more positions where you're exposed to different things is a powerful thing. And a lot of times when you're young, it doesn't feel like you have that opportunity. You have to get a job. You have to start paying the bills. You have to kind of start this life. And so it's really about how do you find those opportunities within your day-to-day life. And I think, you know, whether it's reading or podcasts or exposure, I mean, we are in a time where you can really be exposed at a pretty deep level to anything. So just pick some things that you may not know anything about and go nuts with it. It's a great way to learn skill set.
Once again, I love that. I love what my panelists have shared, some great insights, some great tools, and just kind of, you know, building on that. You know, how do young leaders build a diverse skill set? Well, they continue to invest in their self. They continue to pour in. They continue to look for ways to continue to strengthen the things they're doing. You know, just case in point, like for myself, one of the books that I really challenged myself to read this year was The Diversity Gap, Where Good Intentions Meet True Cultural Change. And for me, it was about trying to continue to be a change agent. So I also went back to school to get a certificate program, and I got to interact with other leaders, other leaders in other professions who were doing some of the same work that I were doing. So people in law, people who were in payroll, in finance, and recognizing that, yes, I may be in retail, but there's people in other professions that have the same job, same skill set as I do. And they were giving me other tips to look at things, to help me strengthen it. And I was giving them things to look at too. So we were networking and continue to pour in each other. And when you continue to pour in yourself, you continue to invest in yourself, look at ways to grow, you're becoming more diverse because you're learning to specialize in areas that are going to help you. And then it translates to other areas and things that you may explore. So as you continue to build and continue to pour in yourself and look for ways to continue to advance in your profession, you know, it's going to help you because you become more diverse, you become more skilled, you become more valuable. You know, as Sean shared earlier, you know, he became more valuable. You know, you become more valuable, and companies all over are going to want you, you know, because they recognize the skills that you bring because you invest in yourself. So continue to invest in yourself, because that's how you grow. That's how you become stronger, and it's going to make you able to adapt to the changes that are happening around you, because change is inevitable. You know, things do not remain the same every day in these professions. It's constantly evolving and changing. The world, as we know, is evolving and changing. So do the same thing for yourself. Continue to evolve, continue to invest in yourself and get big and get better. And it's going to help you build a diverse skill set that you can take with you. And as you change, you know, you'll be able to grow with the changes that are happening, and it'll strengthen you and make you stronger. So I would say continue to invest in yourself, pour in yourself, you know, because that's going to help you as you continue to grow in your profession.
And be prepared to fail. And add into that, I mean, take risks and do things that may not work, but be comfortable doing it. And if you do fail, learn from it. I mean, I think that's one thing that a lot of younger people today are more and more increasingly afraid of, is looking bad or sounding stupid or asking a question that may make you feel a certain sort of way. But just ask the question, because somebody's going to learn from it, if not you. So don't be afraid to fail.
Excellent point.
Awesome. Thank you all. What are key roles in your industries that young professionals might not be aware of?
I'll go again unless anyone's dying. Okay. No, I think there's a ton of roles. So we actually have an internship program in our Chicago office that lets high school students actually see all the different roles. So, I mean, in any professional organization, you have finance, marketing, HR, business development, all of those types of roles. And then, like I said before, the area of accounting is so diverse. We actually have a lot of project managers too, is another area we're really investing in. To Greg, to your point, with AI and other changes, the legal profession is massively changing right now. It's going to be a really, really interesting time the next 5 years. And that, like all change, I love this quote, change is inevitable, progress takes work. Like we're trying to progress. We want to create more opportunities, get more good outcomes for people. And so it will create opportunities. So one of the things I think is really interesting is we have something called the EDGE program. It's been around for about 20 years, I think. And so what we do is, because we work with a lot of innovators protecting their intellectual property. So, a new AI company, a new drone company, a new food company, they want to protect that. So we need to hire engineers, data scientists, pharmacists, chemists, mathematicians, all sorts of people that have a technical background, finance, all sorts of things. And they get paid very well coming out of school. But then if you work with us for a couple of years and you have an interest in going to law school, we'll then pay for your law school, which is a pretty cool program. And then as long as you stay for a period of time, and it's not like 20 years or something, I think it's 2 or 3, I have to check, then we forgive all your law school. And but we've had many people become partner at our firm through that program already. We're really expanding it, including here in Denver, Austin, Salt Lake, Raleigh, some of our growing offices. So that's kind of an interesting one. It's kind of a setup question for me, Emily. That's a cool one.
Yeah, no, that's fantastic. Thank you, Sean. That's all amazing work. So thank you we're grateful that Michael Best is doing it.
I'll kind of go in and kind of piggyback off Sean, because a lot of times when you look at JD Finish Line, you think of fashion, you think of sneakers. And a lot of people don't realize that we're way more than that, that we have a marketing department, we have a photo studio, we have legal, we have customer care, we have HR, we have transportation, DC. We have so many different components that make up our organization that a lot of people don't realize. But one of the ones that I think is very interesting is our IT department. And it's a department that's looking for diversity, which is so great. They're looking for females in that industry, in that department. And we have a women in leadership in our IT department. One of the members is on our D&I council, and they do so many great things promoting diversity, trying to bring in speakers, trying to invest to get more diverse candidates, trying to get more females, and we want to see more females in the workplace. So IT is a very, very interesting department looking to grow. IT is something that every company utilizes, where people don't realize with cyber, with tech, there's so many different parts to IT that in that department people don't realize as well. So, when we did Bring Your Kids to Work Day and we took the kids through IT, we were surprised how many of them were so fascinated by IT, learning the different parts, not only, what they put online, but how they did cyber investigations and looked at fraud. And, there were a lot of kids like, wow, I want to do that. And they were very much interested in, that was a great platform for us to introduce IT to the younger generation. But it's a department that's very interesting, that's looking for diversity. And there's great opportunities at most companies in the IT department. So, that was something that I think that a lot of people are not aware of, but it's a great department. It's a growing department and an opportunity for you to get in. So that's something I wanted to call out.
Yeah, and I think as it relates to packaging, we're at a pretty unique turning point in the space. I've had plenty of airport bar conversations. I'm in packaging. Oh, you put things in boxes. And that's kind of the start and finish of most responses. But the reality is that we are, coming off the heels of a many decades of creating polymers and synthetic materials that did a really good job as packaging, but didn't do a really good job going away once we were done with them. And so our space is full of bioscience and native polymers and understanding, the Earth's natural ability to break down these molecules that we form together. And that is really exciting that we're moving kind of away from the chemistry set and more into the organic world. And it's going to take a whole fresh way of thinking, because right now it's just a lot of how do I take my plastic and my polymers and I convince the world that they're better off, when in reality it's more of a paradigm shift that's needed. And so that's underway. So science and non-traditional chemistry is at the forefront, and I think that's really exciting.
Awesome. Thank you all for those answers. I have one final question, and then I need to take a group photo or I'm going to get in trouble. So everyone prepare for that at the end. Well, I guess for me, and I think for a lot of those folks on the call, what values are most important in your organization, just so they get a little peek of who you are and what is core to who you are?
I kicked off the last couple, so I'm not
I'll save you there. I mean, in our organization, I think that it's more about willingness to learn and willingness to invest yourself. I mean, for us, we don't have a heavy HR department. We don't have a whole lot of process and procedure. What we have is a culmination of people that all have kind of common goal, and that goal is to not only move the needle financially, but also move the needle influentially and getting kind of change within the industry that's been really stale. And so for us, it's flexibility. It's the willingness to kind of dig through the mud and still be digging when the day is over. And it's frustrating and liberating all at the same time. Harris agrees.
I do. Very entrepreneurial.
All right, Greg, you or me? What are we doing?
It's up to you. You want to go? You want me to go? You choose.
All right. I'll go quick. I'll sandwich this one. Yeah. I'd say a couple things. One, integrity. Just this is a profession where you're gonna not know things and you're gonna make mistakes. So, you need to be able to just step up and be like, I don't know if I know how to do this. I maybe did this wrong. Let's address it right away. And then the other thing is just hustle. I love self-motivated people. Almost everyone I've hired has reached out on some level, has taken some initiative on some level other than just on-campus interviews. I love the people who have that hustle, because I think that's a lot of what it takes. And then the last thing I'd say is just a desire to keep learning, a desire to keep contributing and making an impact. So I don't want to take all Greg's time.
No, I appreciate that. I think for us, it's about people, the place to grow. And in that, diversity is one of our values as well. All things that are very important to the current landscape that we're in. People are what make you go. Your employees are the backbone of your corporation, and we're all about our people and ensuring that they have the opportunities, that we're there for them, we're there to support them, we're there to give them all the things that they need to be successful, that we're willing to invest and pour back into them. So, for us, it is the people, it is about growth, and it is about diversity, because we feel like those things are important and we value those things, and we want our people to know that those things are in the forefront of everything that we do at JD Finish Line.
Awesome. Well, Kyle, Greg, and Sean, thank you so much for spending your time with us. I know Tuesdays can be tough, so we appreciate you carving out this time to be with us.
We are here for some presentations for some of our groups that we're excited for you guys to hear. So we'll kind of wait a little bit for everyone to go, but just to key the groups up. First, we'll hear from JD Finish Line, then we will hear from Google, and then R&B capital. So we are excited to get going. Austin, if you are ready from JD Finish Line, we will go ahead and kick it off.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'll be presenting with Shalane today. Awesome. So just wanted to do a quick welcome. Don't have a ton of time, so we wanted to jump right into things. Appreciate all of you guys being here. And yeah, we'll just jump right into it. So plan of action today, we are going to cover some intros, a quick intro. We'll talk about the JD Group and our brand vision. We'll talk about some internship opportunities that we offer, some of our benefits and our perks, some of the opportunities that we have available, and hopefully we'll have some time at the end for some Q&A. By the end of this presentation, hopefully you guys will have a further understanding of the JD Group brands as well as the opportunities that we offer. So just a quick start here to introduce myself. I've been with the company since 2014. I'm a talent acquisition partner, so I support our JD Finish Line and Finish Line Macy's retail teams in the West. It's just some quick hobbies that I actually wrote this a year ago, still trying to cheer for the Broncos. Unfortunately, that's not going too well. So I'll pass that on to you, Shalane.
Perfect. Hi, everyone. My name is Shalane. I'm a talent acquisition partner as well on the corporate side. So I support the digital marketing and digital operations, as well as finance, tax, real estate, merchandising, which includes allocation and buyers, some of our loss prevention, and then photo studio as well, which actually sits in our marketing. And I actually have been with Finish Line coming up on 6 months now. So new to the organization. I graduated from IU in Bloomington, and then in terms of hobbies, enjoy outdoor activities, rollerblading, biking, basically anything with my dog, Berkeley. She's on the bottom. And then just getting into who we are as JD, I know, a lot of, when I talk to candidates, aren't as aware of JD as they are Finish Line. So JD Group actually acquired Finish Line in 2018. It's been about 5 years now, and the acquisition has been great for Finish Line in general, but a little bit about, we offer the sportswear, fashion, more exclusives, exclusive access. We have JD gyms outdoor as well. And then underneath is just highlighting some of the organizations under JD umbrella. So Finish Line, Sizer, JD Gym, DTLR, Livestock, Shoe Palace, Foot Patrol, Sprinter, and Size. And then in terms of our offices here, we do have the corporate office headquartered in Indianapolis, which is where I sit. And so a lot of our departments sit here. We do have a satellite office in Boulder, so in Colorado, and that's where our digital operations and digital creative team sits. Most of our roles are hybrid or in office, with the exception of customer care as well as IT. The customer care sits remote specifically, and then IT, most of them do.
We also have our store locations. We have opportunities in our stores. So we have stores in every state except for 3 currently. Flagship stores in New York, Austin, Texas, Chicago, Las Vegas, and LA. So a lot of opportunity there. You can go ahead and go to the next one, Shalane.
Perfect.
And then just kind of want to talk about, the results that we've seen over the last year and since the merger between JD Sports and Finish Line. JD Sports is based out of the UK. So we're an international company. This is the results just for last year. Again, because we are from the UK, it's listed in euros. So we were in our roll 12, we did about $10.1 billion. Our billion euros is about $10.7 billion. We have 3,400 stores worldwide. And again, this is from last year's. So this year we actually expanded into another 4 countries. So we are now at 42 territories around the world. This is our chairman and then our CEO, Rajeez and Andrew. And then just to kind of give you some insight into the growth that we've seen, this is back to 2016, and this is the JD Group as a whole, so it encapsulates all of our worldwide business. You really see a huge growth in 2018 when we merged with JD Sports and Finish Line. And since then, that growth has just been exponential. After acquiring all those companies that Shalane just reviewed with you guys, we actually are still a debt-free company, which we are absolutely thrilled about.
Perfect. And then going in here to our brand vision, as you can see, connect globally, inspire locally, and empower individually. We seek to inspire the emerging generation of globally minded consumers through a connection to the universal culture of sports, music, and fashion. So The brand all goes back to that culture within sports, music, and fashion, which you can see, throughout our advertisements, our apparel, and the people. Then our brand mission is continuously set the global standard for retail experience through best-in-class operations, connected consumer experiences, and the unique delivery of the world's most authentic brands to the market. And then our core values underneath here are people, our customer, winning, community, and financial responsibility.
And Greg really hit it in that last session. I'm not sure if you guys were able to see that, but we really pride ourselves on being the place to grow. So we want to establish a strong and a sustainable employer brand identity as being the place to grow throughout whole person development. So not just your career development, drive healthy employee engagement and strong connection to our company culture, diligently focus on and embed diversity, equity, and inclusion into our culture and business operations, and to continue to evolve the employee experience by providing innovative work solutions, best-in-class HR offerings, and ensuring operational excellence in all we do. We also enable organizational success through strong and highly effective talent attraction and retention efforts that allow us to deliver and retain high-performing talent. To some of those things, so we've really invested a lot into our people. So we have our leadership development program, which is available for managers and up in our retail locations. We have our Aspire program, which is more for our corporate side, new talent stores, our distribution center, and our customer care center. It's opportunities for internal talent to grow into more senior roles.
Yep, and then going off of that, our internship opportunities is another opportunity for internal talent to grow. Our interns currently come from our stores as well as customer care and the distribution center. So it's just kind of an overview of what that internal program entails. And it's really cool to see because actually about 50% of the interns convert to full-time corporate roles. And as you can see, we have these 7 every session. The session's 3 times a year. And then just wanted to include some photos from our previous interns. Their smiling faces. And then I know we're short on time. Did we want to show the video, Austin? I know we have 1 more minute. Did you want to kind of go to that?
Yeah, we can go to, I think it's cool to see just kind of the hype and excitement around some of our store openings.
Yeah, let me play this real quick.
No, I don't think there's any audio, Shalane, but you're more than welcome to share the link in the chat also.
Okay.
It looks cute though.
It's much better with the sound.
Yeah. Yeah, it's much better with the sound, so sorry about that. I'll wrap it up here real quick and just tell you a little bit about the roles that we do have currently open on our career page. And you can all access these by going to Finish Line in the careers tab and checking them out. Would love to chat with anybody that's interested. I put our contact information here if you want to scan the QR codes to connect with Austin and I. And then if you have any questions at all, there's our talent acquisition email that goes to all the recruiters.
Thank you so much. As a reminder, you guys can sign up to meet one-on-one with them at the end of the session. So don't forget to do that if you haven't already. But next up, we have Google and Dwight Haynes.
Hey everyone, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Perfect. All right. I'm going to go ahead and share. Let's see if I can pull this up. Cool. All right. So thanks so much for having us. My name is Dwight Haynes. I'm with Google. And I have a presentation. I'm going to speak fairly quickly so we can get through all the content. And really what we're going to do today is just talk a little bit about what Google is, what a day in the life looks like, and how you can maybe work at Google one day as well. So a couple things that we're going to touch on is obviously some of our Google colleagues that are going to be in the different sessions today. And then we'll talk a little bit more about what Google does. And my favorite part is what a day in the life looks like I mentioned, and then answer some commonly asked questions about what it takes to work at Google. So I'll talk a little bit about me, which I'm Dwight, and I have been at Google for just over 5.5 years now. I started out in recruiting, and then I managed a team of recruiters. And then just recently, only a couple months ago, I did a quick pivot over to the compensation team. So now I'm doing program management type work. Fun fact about me is that it says I am a 3rd degree black belt in Taekwondo. That was a long, long time ago. It hurts. I'm hurting myself just even thinking about what I used to do there. It's so long ago there. So we also have Leslie, who I think was on the panel earlier. Her and Mukai are actually our co-founders for our Black Googler Network here in Boulder. And then Royce is going to be doing some of the one-on-one chats a little bit later on. So what is Google? So some of you might be asking, I just know Google as a search engine, and others of you might know it as a noun or a verb, Google it. But what we are is we are a global tech company with a wide range of internet-related products and services. Our mission is to organize the world's information and make it universally accessible and useful. Now, the term universally is bolded because we want to make sure all of our products and services can be utilized by everyone. And I'll touch a little bit more on that in a couple slides from now. But as you can see below, those are just some, that's not even all, but some of the products and services that Google does offer. So that includes everything from search to Waze to YouTube to Gmail, all sorts of different products there. But some fun facts and stats about Google is that we were founded by Larry Page and Sergey Brin back in '98. And when they named the company Google, it's actually a play on the word Google, which is Googol, which is a mathematical term, which is 1 followed by 100 zeros. But originally they were going to name the company Backrub. I know I might be objective here, but I'm glad to say I'm sitting in front of you saying I work at Google, not Backrub. But either way, we do such amazing things here at Google. Google's office did first start in a garage in the Bay Area, and now we have over 160,000 employees spread out globally. Crazy fact, and this is kind of wild, I just learned this the other day, is that Google search processes over 8.5 billion searches a day, which translates to almost 100,000 searches every second. So a pretty widely used product of ours is Google Search. And our products and services are available in over 100 different languages. Again, really harping on that, we want to make sure all of our products and services can be used around the world globally. Those last 2 bullet points that you see there, call out that Gmail and Google Drive have over 1 billion users each. When I started back in 2018, I think we had like 3 or 4 products that had over 1 billion users. And as of October 9th of this year, we have over 9 products that have 1 billion users each. So a commonly used term here at Google is NBU, which is the next billion users, because we're always looking to scale and grow our products so that way everyone can use them. But here's the fun part that I like to talk about, and that's what a day in the life is at Google. So we aim to build for everyone, like I said earlier. And in order to do that, we want to make sure that our workforce is representative of the users that we serve. A quick little story is that when I started at Google, my first day of orientation, there were over 250 people in my orientation class. And when I looked around the room, there were people from all walks of life. I mean, age, race, gender, ethnicity, everything. And that's when I knew I was like in the right place, and I absolutely love being here. So we're pretty representative workforce globally. Oh, I guess there we go. But when it comes to the actual roles and teams that we have, yes, we are a tech company, and yes, we have a lot of software engineers, but that's not it. We also have business strategy type roles, legal team, finance team, people operations, different teams like that. So you do not necessarily have to have a tech background to work at Google or in the tech industry. Now, if I could move your eyes over to the right-hand side, those are some of the opportunities that we have been filling here at Google over the last few years. Now, you'll see some unique positions like food program manager. Yes, we have people who their full-time job here at Google is to manage our chefs and on-site food services and look at where we're locally sourcing food and if it's healthy and so on, to art director, to if you've ever been in a Google office, Google Office is pretty unique in terms of all the different art that's all over, as we do try to theme our offices accordingly to the different regions, to customer support and so on. So yes, you do not have to have a tech background to work at Google. And some of the perks is, I'm not gonna lie, the pay and the benefits are pretty phenomenal. But also I would say the well-being and work-life balance. I've now had 2 paternity leaves since I've been here at Google for both my sons that were born over the last couple of years. And that means I got to spend 4 months each with them, getting paid full-time, just not working, and spend that time with them. On top of that, I'm in this meeting right now. I'm not in any team meetings, and I don't have to tell my boss. It's like very fluid. Get your work done when you need to, and really relax there. So we have a pretty laid back culture in that sort of sense. And then yes, flexible schedules, like I said, as well as free everything you see there. Massage rooms, barista, micro kitchens. I know this sounds kind of extra. It is a little bougie and it is extra. But the thing is that I come to work and I never have to leave my office because everything I need is at the, at my fingertips. And it makes me want to work even harder because I can kind of come and go as I need to. So the culture is definitely pretty legit, and as well as super, super, super fun people that we get to work with. But just to finish up here, because I know I'm getting close to time, but how can you work at Google? Do you need to have a tech background? I think I've said this probably like 5 times now, but no. Do you have to have a college degree? The answer to that is no. Being a recruiter, I've hired multiple people who did not have a college degree, but it is extremely helpful, especially if you have an advanced degree as well. No, you do not have to have gone to like an Ivy League school. The diversity makeup, I talked a little bit about that. We are very accepting of everyone here at Google, and that's indicative of through our workforce. And we do offer internships from right out of college, MBA as well. And what should I study in school? My recommendation is whatever you're most passionate about. Because as you saw, we have a variety of different positions here at Google. You do not necessarily have to focus on tech or anything like that in order to get into this industry. But what I would recommend, I'm going to jump down to that last bullet point to finish up here, is what you can do to set yourself up for success is to make sure that you are just really showing impact, whether it's in school, in your current internship, or in your current role, just being able to show impact. And as we come over to Google to interview, we want to hear about how you added value in your current or past positions, because then we translate that into how you will do the same here at Google. So sorry for speaking so fast, but thanks so much for having me. And yeah, we look forward to talking to you a little bit later.
Thank you. And I love your screen name, Dune Buggy.
Thanks.
All right, R&B Capital with Jennifer is next.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me okay? Perfect. I'm going to share my screen here. Hopefully this will all go well. Can everyone see my presentation? Let me switch this into this mode and see if that helps a little bit. Everyone still good? All right. Well, it's great to be with you. My name is Jennifer Rydwelski. Everyone calls me Jen. I am the Chief Human Resources Officer here at R&B Capital Management, and I'm here to share with you today a little bit about our firm, what we do, and the different opportunities for employment at R&B. So I'll jump right in. We are a registered investment advisory firm, so that means that we really focus on clients, and our services are investment related, and our clients are varied in terms of the size. We deal with individuals, institutions, families, and employers. So most of our employees are focused on clients. These are the 4 areas within our firm that are focused on those clients. We have wealth management and family office, and those are areas that are focused on individual clients and families. And then we have asset management, which might be focused a little bit more on institutions, and our retirement plan solutions division, which is focused on companies. So in each of these areas, our typical employee is focused on providing advice to clients. The nature of the clients and the type of advice really differs depending upon the area that you're in. Let me share with you a little bit about who our employees are. These are
And Jen,
values.
Jen, are you moving through the PowerPoint? Because I think we can just see the
And you're not
first
seeing it,
slide.
are you? Sorry about that. How about now?
Yeah, perfect.
Okay, I'm moving it on my screen and you're not seeing it on yours. So I'll go back just quickly. Independent firm, 4 different areas: wealth management, family office services, asset management, and retirement plan solutions. And when you think about who we are as a firm and the type of employees that we're looking for, we really focus a lot on our values and looking for people who demonstrate our values of do the right thing, invest in relationships, never settle, leave no stone unturned, and get it done. So in each of these areas, when we're looking at new employees and employees who want to join the firm, we're really focused on how they demonstrate these values. So a lot of what we're doing when we're both interviewing candidates, as well as when we're conducting our performance reviews every year for our internal employees, and then throughout the years, we're giving shout outs to our employees. We really do look at these values and provide examples or look for examples of people that are demonstrating those. And it's really the foundation of our culture in terms of who we're looking to attract, who we want to retain, and also who we really are looking to promote and advance throughout the organization. So overall, from R&B's perspective, we have about 10 billion in assets under management. We have 156 employees. So in contrast to the organizations that you heard from earlier, we are a smaller firm. We do have 9 offices across the country. Most of these offices are focused on our wealth management services. So the employees in those offices are dealing directly with clients one-on-one. And in terms of the different career opportunities in each of those areas, really we have 2 different traditional career paths. If you think about our 2 main business areas, we have the folks that are dealing directly with the clients in our wealth management family office services division. And those employees, and for those of you who are interested in a career in finance, those employees obtain their certified financial planner designation. There are a lot of colleges and universities nowadays that are providing a background and a degree in financial planning, and that's what they're focused on. And then when we think about our asset management division, that is our traditional securities analysts. So they might be looking at companies to invest in, they might be looking at stocks, bonds, private equity, those types of things. And most of those employees are CFA, Chartered Financial Analysts. And that's the designation that they pursue. So in terms of our industry, those are the 2 primary career paths and designations. We hire most often in our wealth management division, our family office service division, and those are the individuals who have their certified financial planner designation. They are typically working on the front line with our individual clients. And Also, when we have our internship program over the summer, oftentimes we are hiring interns that are interested in a career in financial planning or interested in a career on the investment side of the business in terms of analyzing stocks, bonds. So the career opportunities are in those two divisions, but we also have a whole nother group within the firm. I'm a part of that group. When you think about any business and sort of what they do primarily, which for us is investment related, you also need all of the support functions within the firm. So from a support perspective, obviously we need human resources. I mean, our industry, we're heavily regulated, so we need compliance professionals, we need financial people, and we need IT people. And then we also have what we call back office operations. So in addition to the two main career paths that we also have all of those support areas, and those provide opportunities for people to join the firm as well. We also have internship opportunities in those areas. Right now we are in the process actually of taking applications for our internship program for next summer. We do have a summer internship program. Interns join the firm for about 10 weeks and they work on various projects. We do have a sophomore rotational program where it's more of an introduction to the firm and they get to rotate through all the different areas of the firm. And then we have our junior level program, where you can focus, in one of those particular areas that I mentioned. But again, when you think about what we are as a firm, we really are a firm that's focused on clients. So when I think of myself in human resources or any of the areas that I just mentioned in business operations, we're really focused on our internal client, which are our employees. And then we have all of our other divisions, which are focused more on the external client, which are the individuals and the company. So we are a very client-oriented business. We are looking for people to join the firm that are interested in working with others related to helping them think about what they want long-term in security from a financial perspective. And we offer many of, in terms of benefits, we offer a complete benefits package. In addition to some of the standard things, we're very proud of our sabbatical program, which is a 1-month sabbatical when folks have been with us for 10 years, which might sound like a long time, but it does go quickly. Trust me, I've been with the firm since inception in 2005. We do have an internal program that we've created called R&B University, and that's where we teach internally all of our employees everything there is to know, certainly about our firm, but also about what we do for our clients, and really to help educate them, for them to have career development opportunities. We do have a mentorship program as well, where we focus on providing an opportunity for people really at any stage of their career, but particularly for people who have just joined the firm. They're provided with a mentor so they can, from a career development perspective, have someone to talk to on a regular basis. So those are just some of the things related to R&B that we are proud of, that we provide in terms of career opportunity for prospective employees. And that's a little bit about who we are and what we do.
Great, thank you so much. Welcome everyone. Thanks for joining our careers and culture panel with former Greenhouse scholars, current sustaining phase alumni. Hope all of your career workshops prior to this went well, and we're going to go ahead and kick it away because we only got 30 short minutes with this incredible group of people. So want to present to you all first Zeke Perez, class of 2013. Zeke is a senior policy analyst at the Education Commission of the States. Jose Madrid, class of 2014, associate attorney at Gibson, Dunn and Crutcher. Richard Mays, class of 2015, deputy director of EDNIUM, the Alumni Collective. And Caitlin Behrens Foreman, class of 2011, editorial operations manager of Velox Media. Welcome. Not going to say OG, but I'm going to say a little bit. Welcome to all of you founding almost want to say founding fathers, and that's not it. But I'm really excited about this group of alums who really started Greenhouse in Colorado. I think there's a ton of knowledge, information in this room, and I can't wait to hear from all of you. So I'm going to kick it off with a couple of questions. Panelists, alums, feel free to jump in when you hear a question that you've got an answer to, and we'll kind of go from there. So first question, given that this is a career and culture panel, what values are most important to you in the workplace? And I think more importantly, how did you learn that over time? Truly,
So I
anyone
think
can
for
take it away. Go ahead,
I think
Caitlin.
for me, it's work-life balance. And I learned about that through getting very burnt out in the process of working as a journalist in LA and New York City, and now living in Idaho.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for joining. For me, being in law, I think one of the things that was really important for me as a first generation and minority attorney was to be able to bring my whole self to work and not have to check part of myself at the door. And that's hard to try to figure out, where you're going to be accepted in the complexity and totality of who you are, without being at the location before you start, right? I think employers start looking all very similar. So for me, it was having values that would translate that to that openness. So what does that look like? I think it's a commitment to diversity. It's a commitment to inclusion, not just saying, we have diverse people here and then having a bad record of people being able to grow in the company. It's recognizing that representation matters. It's accepting openness to different viewpoints. And again, I think we can talk a little bit more about how to decipher those things. But for me, that was one of the most important things going into any type of job, but particular in my field of law.
Hey, everyone. Yeah, I'll echo both of those. And I'll also say just prioritizing people is important to me. I think that's something I learned at Greenhouse, always being surrounded by such great folks. I think that's something that's kept me at my job. I've been at ECS for 9 years now as of September, speaking of feeling old. But I think I've stuck around so long because of all of my coworkers, all the people I've gotten to work with have inspired me. It's great to bounce ideas off of folks. So just finding a place, like Jose said, where you can bring your true self and then be surrounded by other people who are bringing their true selves too, I think is important to find.
I'll echo. I second everything that everyone else has said. One thing that I never really thought of as a value until I joined Ednium that I really appreciate, and I have found in all the work that I've done, including internships, is the value of the growth mindset, like Phil was saying at the beginning, but specifically risk taking and being able to fail and being supported in that failure was super big for me. And they value that going into the unknown and trying something new, whether or not it works, was super powerful for me. And one of the reasons why I love what I'm doing now is we have funders that are letting us do what we want to do, if it works or not. And then they're asking, well, what did you learn from it if it didn't work?
I love that. Thank you, all of you. I think kind of a natural segue from here is, if those are the values that you know are important to you, what are some of the questions that you can ask during the interview process to assess whether an organization values those same things? Or how to even begin looking at organizations to determine whether they value those same things?
Yeah, I think at the interview level, it's been too late. I think the interview really happens prior to an actual formal interview, which is to say, you should be talking to folks at organizations that you're interested in or fields that you're interested in. before any formal process happens. Before I joined my firm, I had spoken to probably 6 different attorneys at the firm. I had not submitted an application. I had not submitted anything formally, and just spoke to someone and said, I would like to know more about your experience here and want to see how you're doing. And that was a great first start. And the end of that conversation was, who do you think I should speak to next? And that led to multiple other conversations. And so by the time that I had a formal in-office interview, I had spoken to more than a handful of folks. So I had a good feel about what I was walking into, which for me meant I wanted to walk into that. I think there's been situations where at the first conversation, I was very aware that that wasn't the path that I necessarily wanted to pursue with that particular company or organization. And I think you can do that as a greenhouse. I think the benefit of having the directory, both of us as alumni, is a great resource, and the greater community, umbrella community that we have of donors, of supporters, of mentors. Like, if you are looking into an organization and you don't particularly know someone, first of all, you'd be shocked how far a Google search for somebody's name and that organization will take you. It is pretty stalkerish, but very effective. And then just reaching out. If you prefer a more formal way of introduction, I think reaching out to someone that you may be connected to and saying, hey, I think you know so-and-so at this organization. Would you mind an introduction? And people, for the most part, I think are pretty open to that, because it gives them an excuse to connect to that person as well, and connect a fellow alum.
I love what Jose said around the interviewing people. I've been lucky where I've been poached from places, and so I have been familiar with the organization. But one thing, because I've been on a lot of search committees working in a high school and in higher ed, was having those informal conversations, but then asking the same question you're asking those informal conversations in the interview to see what does that look like, especially around I love the question of how do you celebrate each other and what does fun look like, and being intentional around that. And if I'm having a conversation with a friend who works there and they describe something, but then the interview committee describes something completely different, that's something that's a red flag for me. And I want to know, you want to enjoy the space and be able to show up and have fun and that sort of thing. And so the celebration piece is super important, as you're thinking through how that aligns.
Yeah, I think along those lines, I had 2 things come to mind for me. And the first one is just be open and ask questions. I think especially if there's a team interview component to a job you're applying for. At ECS, I've had the privilege of being on the other side of the interview table and helping hire some new hires and some policy researchers. And it's always great when folks ask questions, especially in that team setting where we can kind of give our authentic thoughts about what we experience, how we work together, questions you might not feel comfortable asking at a director interview or at, a leadership level interview. If you can get a team interview and ask kind of those questions of your peers, I think that's one thing to do. The second thing that came to mind is making sure you ask about professional development, right? Because I think in these interviews, organizations want to know what you bring to the table and how you're going to fill the role that they need, but it's also a chance for you to ask them, how they can get you to that level and how they can make you the best candidate for that role, right? So you can ask, 6 months down the road or a year down the road, what do you expect a person in this role to be doing? How are you going to help that person get there? What types of professional development opportunities do you have to help someone get there? And I think that'll tell you a lot about the supports that an organization will provide to you, which is important as well.
Yeah, I love that. I think too, with that, Zeke, I always remind myself anytime I go into any interview, you're also interviewing them. They're interviewing you, but you're interviewing them as well. And for me, the only bit I want to add, I think everyone's had amazing points, kind of hit on the work-life balance part, which is kind of one of my big tenets, is to ask the questions, and when you're asking them, actively listen, not just to what they're saying, but how are they saying it? Go ahead and ask them direct questions. How do you promote work-life balance? Do they say they lead by example, or are they just like, just listen, actively listen? I also always really like to ask everyone, what's your favorite part of working there? I think you can get a lot of insight there. And then ask example-based questions to understand what's their level of empathy. Is this going to be a place where they value me as a person, or they value more the numbers? And I think a lot of that, again, to asking the questions, really actively listening, and letting it be a conversation.
Thank y'all. I think, we've been focusing on ideal scenarios and finding where we're going to go, but I want to take us back for a second and think about what are some strategies that we can offer to alums in the room if they're in a workplace culture right now that is different. How do they adapt? How do they survive? How do they advocate? What perhaps anecdotally are situations where you've been a part of a workplace culture that didn't suit you at the moment?
The first thing that I always tell folks, and when they reach out and they're having a hard time at work, the first thing I say is like, do not burn a bridge. Whatever you do, as hard as the situations may be, look for a safe alternative out without burning any bridges and without hindering your reputation. I think in situations like that, it's sometimes hard because emotion is involved, and so the one thing you have to figure out is this a point where I think I can adapt and I want to adapt? I think are two separate questions, right? Like, can I adapt to this organization's culture? But two, which is separate to that, is do I want to? And if the answer to both those questions is yes, then I think that's an easier solution. If any answer to those questions is no, then I think is where it becomes tricky, right? Because you have to, again, figure out a way that maintains and protects the integrity of your reputation as a professional without you losing yourself too. But I think if the answer is yes to those two questions, I think it's talking to folks. So when I felt that I wasn't belonging or I couldn't really mesh in, the first thing that I did was I sought a mentor within here. And it was a female partner who is super successful here and is just a wonderful person who I respect as a person and as a professional. And I said, like, I don't feel that I'm fitting in, or these are the places where I'm having trouble. And I think even having that, verbalizing that and having that conversation was one, very cathartic and made me realize like how much I actually had done to make it work and how far I had come by the time we had that conversation. But two, it also made someone aware at the company and said like, oh, these are all the things that I can do to help improve. This is the experience that I went through. These are the things that I thought. And that was such a huge, and it was just such a proactive launch. I think after I had that lunch with her, I felt like I should have done that from the very beginning. But oftentimes you don't have that option. And again, I think that is a point of data. Like if you say like, well, I don't have that person here, then that's another point of data for answering, can I adapt to this culture? Do I want to adapt to this culture?
Yeah, I really like that a lot. I was going to say something along the lines of finding ways to drive the culture yourself. And whether that's small things, just, getting the team together for a lunch or a happy hour, or especially as a lot of organizations are going more remote, finding ways to hop in Zoom and on the Zoom chat and connect, just get to know each other a little bit more. Or whether that's big things. I think at my organization, a lot of the DEI initiatives have been kind of staff-led from the ground up. But I think Jose makes a really good point, right? I think while you should look for ways to build culture yourself or to make things that are ground up, it shouldn't always fall on you, right? If culture is not clicking, or if you're feeling like you're having to take too much of that burden on, or if it's just not a culture you want to keep going, that doesn't fit you in the long term, I think it is important to protect yourself and making sure that it's not all landing on you either. But I think when you can make those small ground up efforts, I think that can go a long way.
And, I'd say too, I think everything that's been said has been great. I think it's really important, to advocate for yourself in those situations, to make those connections with people in your office. I think finding a mentor is absolutely brilliant, and something I've had to do as well. I think as well, it's setting boundaries and knowing that boundaries are important, and also taking care of yourself, because ultimately you're the only one who's going to do that. And I have to say, for me too, since my main thing is that I have a job now with great work-life balance, and in the past, as a journalist in New York City, that wasn't really something I had all the time. Is to ask questions of other people also, but also ask questions of yourself. If you find yourself in some of these situations, or for my example, I found myself always working hard, always working late, even if everyone around me was working late or wasn't. So I had to kind of look in the mirror and go, why? Because I'd love to tell you the story that I moved from a crazy New York City working all the time life to Boise, Idaho, and now everything, and everything immediately just became, perfect and better. But it didn't, because after doing all of the work in the world in New York City, I then had to do the work on myself here, which is where I have a little therapy PSA. Figure out why, on some of it, figure out maybe part of it's you, and for me, being a member of Greenhouse Scholars, a person who didn't have all the opportunities that a lot of other people did when I was growing up in the journalism space, always kind of having this ingrained work ethic that I had to work longer, harder, better to be able to keep up with everyone. And also understanding what your priorities are, knowing that those can shift, and knowing what your North Star is, what your true north is. Because for a while I thought I just had a really great sense of what was right and what was wrong. And that often meant sacrifices of everything but work, of plans, of things with friends, family, loved ones, until I eventually realized that, I was going about it thinking I knew what my true north was, but ultimately work was my number one priority. And sometimes those priorities change, and I think it's good to listen to that.
I just want to add in, I think it's really important to build strong relationships with your supervisor and your team. And not like you have to be best friends with your supervisor and your team. You don't need to go out and hang out on the weekends or get invited to all the parties, that sort of thing. But when you have a relationship where you can be transparent, honest, and direct about situations, I think that was something that was super helpful for me working as a dean at a high school with my principal. I was very honest with her and transparent about some of the experiences. And she took it in stride sometimes, or got frustrated in others, but because I was able to build that relationship with her over 4 years, it made ultimately leaving way easier, because I knew I needed something different. Kind of like what Caitlin was saying, I needed better work-life balance, and the school wasn't providing that for me. But I was able to have a team that was supportive of my transition out, because I was able to build those relationships. And it doesn't have to be that best friend, hang out all the time piece, as part of work.
Thank y'all. One final question, and alums, we might have time for someone to ask a question to the panel, so feel free to DM me your questions right now, and we might have time for one or two, we'll see. Final question for you all from me is, what is the top career advice that you would give to scholars, seniors, or alums in the room? And I guess maybe top career advice from your careers. What is the number one thing that was most helpful or important for you to keep in mind to get to where you are now in terms of careers and cultures?
I think for me, the top advice is to be persistent, and to have internships. I will say the summer that I didn't ever hear back from Cat Fancy magazine in LA. Was the summer I got to be an intern at Billboard magazine instead, because I was persistent, saw the opportunities, created them for myself, advocated for myself, became the person in charge of my own life story, and shared it and connected the dots for others.
I think my biggest piece is skills are transferable. I was told a lot that once you're a teacher, you're always a teacher. You're going to have to stay in education, stay in schools. And let me tell you, running a nonprofit, I don't know if I would be doing it as well, without my experience as a teacher. And so spending time listing out your transferable skills and what you do well, because those can go anywhere. And it's terrifying to make a career pivot or a career switch, but you lean into what you know. And that was the biggest advice that I got from my mentor is what you want to do. And kind of building off what Caitlin said, being persistent, you have those skills already and you're not afraid to learn the new ones. So don't let other people tell you, well, you don't have the experience here. You probably do, just in a different way, through a different lens from before.
I'm such a grandpa when it comes to this, so I'll try to limit myself. But for young alumni who have not yet gone back to grad school or who are thinking about grad school, I always think it's good to give yourself a little bit of time post undergrad to experience the world. Experience the world as a human, as an adult, as someone who is not in the higher ed bubble, and get some real world experience, because that's where you get those data points for what you like, what you don't like. Your first job out of college is not going to be it does not have to, it could, but it does not have to be your one and only, and it does not have to be the best job in the world. I think it's a starting point to give you that information about all the things we're talking about now. It's equally as important to know what you don't want to do as it is to know what you want to do. It's a journey, right? And it continues to be a journey throughout your professional life. As far as once you think you know what you want to do, one of the things that I always tell folks that are thinking about different careers, different paths, is you should be spending at least 20 hours of a week, at least, in whatever area subject that you think you're passionate about. So if you want to be a journalist, right, you should be reading, eating, sleeping, everything that encompasses being a journalist, right? If you want to be a teacher, right, you should be doing all that until you start repeating the same things, because then at that point you've realized that you've become a mini subject expert in that area, and it allows you to know whether that's really something that you want to go into. So I'll stop there.
Yeah, I love all of the things that the other panelists said. So I think to echo a little bit what Caitlin was saying, mine is kind of just being open to new experiences, and I think that can look a lot different in a lot of different circumstances or fields or careers, whatever you might have. But things like being open to internships or different types of jobs you might not consider, different content within your job, professional development, right? That can look like technical skills training, an Excel training, PowerPoint training, something like that. It can be attending a conference just to soak things in. It can be asking for opportunities to go present at a conference and work on your public speaking. Fellowships or other things like that. I know in the policy space, there are a lot of education policy focused fellowships. So you can kind of network and grow. Can keep going with the list, but I think just being open to all the different things that are out there, right? Once you get into your career, you don't stop growing. You can keep looking for new opportunities. They might look different, but just being open to trying as much as possible.
Thank you so much, alums. Other alums that are participants, if you have any questions or want to connect with any of these alums, they're on People Grove. We'll make sure that you have their contact information as well, but they're an open resource if you need them. So thank you all so much for participating, for listening.
Thank you so much, everyone, for joining us today. For the next 20 minutes, we will have our first session with Jordan, one of the founding partners at Gamut Capital. And so without further ado, I will give it over to you, Jordan.
Great. Thanks very much. I'm happy to be with you all today. And I have a few slides together, but really just kind of for background and to the extent folks have questions, I would say I'm happy to be as interactive as you all would like. I do these more often than I would like and prefer it when folks ask questions. But let me start, I guess, with my background. So I studied business in undergraduate. I studied at University of Pennsylvania at the Wharton School of Business. From there, I went to work at Goldman Sachs. I worked at Goldman Sachs in the mergers and acquisitions department of the investment bank. So helping advise deals, kind of one of those jobs where you sleep very little and learn a lot. And that was exactly the experience, and phenomenal experience to learn a lot from a lot of very smart people. Some of my closest friends in the world were there, and it's almost like a fraternity or sorority hazing, but it lasts 2 years and you kind of get paid for it. But very, very good, good background and baseline for a knowledge base. After 2 years in an analyst program, I looked at a number of options. I joined a firm called Apollo Management. I joined Apollo when Apollo was relatively small. I was the 17th investment professional at the firm. It was a private vehicle. It had a small number of partners and individuals. And I left after 15 years after it was very large. Great experience. I think very highly of the organization. They have some very smart people doing some very good things. I left because the institution that I joined at the 17th investment professional now has over 4,000 employees. It's a publicly traded company, and it has a whole lot of different business areas. And that's great if you want to be in a big environment. That was not what I wanted to do. I wanted to be a little bit more entrepreneurial. So when I left Apollo, I didn't know exactly what I was going to do. Most folks get to that point of being a senior partner at Apollo and don't want to leave, and I certainly wouldn't recommend it. It was a very individual decision and personal to me. But on the heels of that, I basically was able to spend time with a former partner of mine, Stan Parker, and we launched what became Gamut Capital. And Gamut Capital is basically more akin to the Apollo Management that I joined in the late 1990s than the global Apollo today. It's a mid-market firm. We only have one type of fund, so we're private equity investors. That's it. It's much smaller. There are 19 investment professionals, top to bottom, and we have a flexible mandate. Our first fund was $1 billion. I guess I can flip to show you some of this, not just read to you all. Our second fund will be somewhere between $1 and $1.25 billion. And we are in the kind of flexible capital solution business. We do leverage buyouts, which are more well known in the marketplace, but we also do things that are a little bit more complicated. So a lot of companies, certainly coming out of COVID when rates were very low, borrowed a lot of money at very low rates. Today, those rates are a lot higher, so they have too much debt. So one of the ways that we invest is to help them reduce their debt load. We have pretty concentrated bets. We make investments that are probably $75 million up to $300 or $400 million. We fan out across different industries, and we work with operators. So everyone that is full-time at Gamut was likely at some point at an investment bank. Many folks were at other private equity organizations, and then they joined Gamut. We are not industry operators. None of us are jumping in to run a business. We're partnering with folks who can really help drive value and move the needle from that perspective. I can pause there if there are any questions or keep running through. Just want to make sure that that you all are kind of on pace with me. It's a lot to digest, I'm sure. All right. The way that we invest on this slide is really 4 typical ways, and this is a snapshot of our portfolio today. Leverage buyouts, where we're borrowing money to buy an entire company. Corporate carve-outs, where we're taking a piece of a larger business and carving that out. this is a pretty complex way to buy a business. Think about it as I'm buying a room within your house, not your whole house. And I've got to make sure I have water and electricity and stairs to get in and out and security and all of those things. So it is much more complicated than a typical purchase, but that typically allows us to buy businesses at better values. Corporate partnerships are structured transactions. Typically, they are to help a company A buy company B, or to allow them to reduce their amount of debt that they're capitalized with. And distress for control is I'm buying an existing company's debt at a discount with a view towards trying to get control. So you're in your house, you have a mortgage, and I buy that mortgage, and either I'll own your house or we'll work together to figure something out. That's generally the idea. There is a lot of flexibility in the way that we invest because the markets are cyclical. And right now is a very hard time to do leverage buyouts and a very interesting time to do corporate partnerships or distressed. And 5 years ago, there was no real opportunity for distress, but there was a lot of leverage buyouts. So it is cyclical. We do look at deals in a different way depending on the time that we're at in the industry. In terms of the team, I would say this is the thing that we're most proud of. From a Gamut perspective, the time that we left Apollo, we were very fortunate that they gave us basically attribution to the deals that we did at Apollo. So we were able to say, hey, new investor X, I did A, B, and C at Apollo, Stan did A, B, and C at Apollo, and they would kind of cross-check that. That's very unusual that when you leave a large organization, they are supportive, but we were fortunate they were. The only caveat was that we could never hire anyone from Apollo. And as a result of that, we built the team that you see in front of you on an organic basis. So none of these folks had we met with or worked with prior to 2015 when we launched the firm. And from that vantage point, we have hired and then kind of trained and then promoted from within a lot of the individuals on here. So we very much foster an environment where you can join as an associate, ascend to principal to partner, and not leave. That was the opportunity I had at Apollo. That is very much the opportunity we look to emulate at Gamut. There was a question that popped up. I don't know how to get to it.
I can read it for you, Jordan.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
So the question was asked, what is or are some critical factors in assessing whether to invest in a company for Gamut? And would you mind commenting also on your perception on leveraging ML tools to assist with due diligence?
Got it. So I would say in terms of businesses that we look for, generally speaking, we're looking into situations that are more complicated than most. So typically a company will have a problem and we will seek to come up with a unique solution. Sometimes that is, it's a pretty good company, but they don't have the right management team. If we have a manager, we have 100 operators that we work with. If we can find a manager that runs that company for us, that is helping them solve the solution. Sometimes it is they have too much debt and they need to delever, reduce that debt, and we can help them do that. Fundamentally, we try to look at investments and the company over a longer period of time. And right now is an odd point in time because there was a period, I would say, of heightened, transactions, but normalcy. Let's say that is 2015 to 2019. And then COVID came and everything kind of went out the window and things that didn't make sense did. And you were in this weird world where, I was getting boxes of Purell and safety gloves and, weird things that you never thought you would need and may not ever need again. And you had some companies that went straight up to the moon as a result of that. And you have some that really underperformed as a result of that as well. And now if you're looking at a company, for me, I look at a much longer period of time because COVID was an odd time for a host of levels, but there were things that had very high demand or low demand as a result. You're still paying the price for some of those right now. And we look over a long period of time, but is it a good company that will continue to grow or create cash flow that we're buying at a relatively attractive value? So we will look at value over a long period of time as well. And if a company today is trading at 5 times, great. But what was it worth on average over the last 5-10 years? If it was 2 times, great. If it was 10 times, great. But you need to kind of calibrate where you're buying at today versus the historical value, and then what you think that'll be worth in the future. The question, I don't know what ML tools are. I apologize. I don't know if we can kind of clarify in terms of the due diligence on that other question, but if we can just kind of clarify that, that'd be great.
Yeah, thanks, Jordan. I'm sorry, just so ML stand for machine learning, and you know, artificial intelligence, all of that kind of the buzzword, but there are, you know, tools that are actually quite useful, and at least from the venture capital kind of side where they really want to assess the early stage, that's quite promising. But you know, from a perspective of a private equity manager, what is your perception on this kind of thing? Do you think that our team would ever use them, and to what extent?
Got it. You can tell I'm not a tech investor. Listen, I would say machine learning and AI are a bit nascent for the industries that I look at. So we do think about what the evolution over a 5-10 year time frame might be for a business. That could be, I'm investing in a business that has automotive exposure, and as cars move from gasoline to electric vehicle, what will that look like? In terms of machine learning and AI, there are some aspects of automation, there are some aspects of sourcing that you might be able to get benefit from. I believe in 5 years, there'll be more tools that are at my fingertips to help sort and find information. Today, it is a bit more Excel-based and brute force for the type of things that we're looking at, largely because the data set that we're looking at is not as robust and clean. A lot of it is subject to adjustment or interpretation, as opposed to, as I think about, utilizing data and harnessing it in a way that is, not fully generated by my team here. We're just not there yet. Over time, we might be. And I think that certain technology investors might be more attuned to that. I own things like paper napkin businesses or automotive interior businesses, manufacturing or services, distribution businesses. And a lot of these have a lot more to unpack than just crunching the numbers and data. So we're always focused on what the future might hold. But in terms of tools we use on a day in and day out basis, it's somewhat limited there.
Thank you so much, Jordan. Just giving our 5-minute warning. And then in terms of how we want to use the last 5 minutes, we have one question in the chat from Sophie Clark. Are we good to take that question? Or Jordan, did you want to touch on anything else before we hop into
I'm happy to I'd rather deal with questions than just talk to myself on Zoom. I do that enough all day. So anything I can do to help is great.
Perfect. Well, Sophie, do you want to share your question yourself?
Sure. So, from my understanding of the private equity industry, it seems that the initial route to go is the investment banking route. And I was curious if that's something that you believe is true as an initial stepping stone to break into private equity, or if there's other routes of entry.
So I'm old, and when I was going into private equity, most folks started at an investment bank and then went to private equity. And there's no magic to it other than a lot of the investment banks have pretty robust training programs so that, if you spend a year or two at a bank, when I hire you at a private equity firm, you've got a bit of a baseline and you know how to do modeling and have done some deals in some form or another. As private equity firms have grown, and this is not Gamut, but it is Blackstone or Apollo or Silver Lake or very large firms, some of these firms will hire directly from undergraduate or hire someone who is out of undergraduate that doesn't have that investment banking background. It is just whether that organization has the tools and the training to basically do that on site. For Gamut, we're typically hiring 1 to 2 associates a year. So it wouldn't be a good use of our time to spend that much time on training. We'd rather have Goldman Sachs or Morgan Stanley or JP Morgan do the training, and then we'll take that from there. But there are other shops like the larger ones I referenced earlier that might hire a dozen or 15 or even 20 analysts or associates in a given year. And those folks would have the resources to do the training. It's also candidly, a narrower pitch than banking. What I loved about my investment banking experience, I chose something very broad. So I would look at deals in tech, and I would look at deals in oil and gas, and I would understand financings and all these different things. Because even though I studied business undergraduate, I thought I knew what Wall Street was. But before you further specialize, for me, it was very helpful to get a broad understanding of just what the world looks like out there and what the market is, to make sure that before I specialize, I like what I'm doing. Because I think a lot of people go into private equity for the wrong reasons. They think it's a road to riches, as banking might have been 25, 30 years ago when I was looking at it. And I would say in anything in life, if you don't like what you're doing, no matter what you're getting paid, it's not a great use of your time. So I'm fortunate that I really like what I do and the people I do it with. But the hours are pretty intense at times. And I would say that's less of an issue if you're really excited about what you do. It's obviously less ideal if it's just trying to kind of enter an industry because others have said you should, or you think it's a quick path to something else.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, and then we have time for one last question. It looks like, Wen, do you want to go?
Yeah, thanks, Isba. And thanks, Jordan, again for the first question. So when you mentioned the time, the work there is quite long and can be stressful, what is the most stressful about it, in your opinion, in your day-to-day kind of activities?
Oh, what is stressful? I have automotive companies and the UAW are on strike. That is stressful. Or we're looking at making an investment decision and I don't have perfect information in front of me. So I would say I think of it as more time intensive than stressful. But you're making decisions on a real-time basis without perfect information. And you're doing that again and again and again. So every deal that was done pre-COVID, no one envisioned COVID. If they told you they knew COVID was happening, they were probably lying to you. So what happens and how do you react with your company when some of your workers can't go in? Or, you can't get this supply, or, the government is shutting you down or taking your resources or some form or fashion. So for me, I like that challenge. I don't like coming in and knowing what every day will hold. We every day is a little bit different, but we're typically looking at new deals, working on existing deals, thinking about exiting. There's certainly an element of training in every day with the team that's on the field. So for me, that's exciting, but there is a lack of predictability in terms of your job that could be challenging for some folks. And the hours are probably inversely correlated to your age. So when I was 24, I slept very little and worked a lot. Now that I'm no longer 24, I still don't sleep a lot, but I maybe have a little bit more control over my schedule, and I can see my wife and children and dog from time to time. It really just depends.
Thank you so much for just such thoughtful answers and such thoughtful questions too from all of the young leaders in attendance.
Good to take it away, Jerry.
Okay, great. Well, good afternoon. So nice to spend some time together. Thanks for coming to learn a little bit more about Intellum. I do have a presentation to share, and it includes a video from some of our team members that highlights a little bit more about life at Intellum. But I also want to allow time for questions. And so at any time, please feel free to throw something in the chat, come off mute, and if you're inspired with a question, I'd love to pause and talk a little bit more about that. So first things first, I will do a brief intro and then share my screen and talk a little bit more about Intellum. But my name is Jerry Morgan. I am the Chief People Officer at Intellum. I'm overseeing our HR, learning and development function. We have 140 employees in the company.
company, and we are located in 25 states and 13 countries. So we're a remote first environment. However, I am here today from the Intellum World headquarters in Atlanta, Georgia. So I'm in our music room, and so you can see all these cool albums behind me in our music conference room. And we also have some instruments, and so we can have some fun and do some jam sessions and be a little creative at times too. So it's fun to come together with our team. Our people and culture team met this afternoon and did a recruiting workshop. And so we're doing a session talking about the candidate experience and what our internal process is and how we're going to make some improvements to that. So that's what brought me to Atlanta. But I'm one of those individuals that chose a career in HR. Oftentimes you'll hear that people fell into HR, but I chose HR on purpose. So I've been doing this for about 20 years now. I started off in the grocery retail space at a large retailer called the Kroger Company. Has anyone heard of Kroger? Okay, is that because you're mostly in Denver, and so okay, you have Kroger. Okay. All right. Yes, exactly. So I worked in Cincinnati at the Cincinnati Dayton Kroger marketing division. And so spent some time there, and then moved into the technology space, which is where, the last 15 years of my career has been spent with pharmaceutical technology, real estate technology. And now I'm honored to share with you a little bit more about Intellum and our technology platform and culture. So I have to share my screen at this point. It's asking me for a password to share my screen. Do you see my screen or just the presentation?
We see your whole screen.
My whole screen. Okay. Let's see. Like, what is this?
All the tabs, maybe.
Yes, you see. I
don't know if that's your whole
Isn't that
screen,
scary?
with the tabs.
That is scary. All right. Well, I'm not seeing how I can just share.
When you hit the share screen button in the bottom, and there's a pop-up, if you look through kind of the different squares on there.
I do. Yeah, I see that, but it's asking me for this password.
Weird.
All right, so let's see if I just do slideshow. Do you see just the slideshow?
Yes,
okay,
that's
perfect. Okay, so super excited to tell you a little bit more about Intellum. Intellum is an education technology company. We've been in business for 23 years, and the organization started by 3 college friends. So very similar to the experience that some of you may find yourself in today, with an idea and a dream. And the first iteration of Intellum was to provide compliance training, primarily to the manufacturing environment. So the need and the problem that the business solved initially was helping to prevent accidents in the workplace, and really continued to grow and take hold as an education platform, primarily serving employee learning, and so internal learning management systems. And then about 7 to 8 years ago, we identified a unique opportunity with end user training. So we now have a 50-50 split within our customer base, where our product is supporting internal learning, and then the other 50% is external learning. So think like trying to train your customers or your end users or your partners on how to use the product. We work with a lot of the biggest brands, the most well-known brands: Amazon, Google, Meta, Twitter. Their flight school is all on our platform. So if you're learning how to use any of those products, you may notice now at the bottom of that learning page, powered by Intellum. But I am not going to talk about our product. I'm going to talk about our culture. And so our culture is really stemmed and focused around our mission statement. And that is something that connects all of our Intellamites quite a bit. It's improving the way the world learns. And so this is an aspirational statement that really helps all of us think about what the value is or what the purpose behind the work that we do. And we also get to put that into action by partnering with organizations like the Greenhouse Scholars, as well as some other local schools in the Atlanta area, as well as in our annual employee retreat. We partner with some local nonprofit groups and give back and really put that into action with helping to improve the way that the world learns. Our vision as an ed tech company is to be the most effective, most used, and most loved. And we have metrics that we use and share internally that help us track how we're progressing towards that vision statement. And then the behaviors or the bond of our team members are these core values of curiosity, creativity, perseverance, and kindness, which I love our kindness core value. I wanted to now turn it over to some of our Intellum team members to talk about how they see these core values into action. So if I could get a thumbs up and make sure you're hearing the audio as soon as oh, good. Okay, perfect. So let's check out the video.
I love working at Intellum. It's not like any other place that I've worked at. The culture is like no other. We have a really open culture that allows people to be who they are. Makes me like working at Intellum a lot more. I've worked at a lot of companies, and this company probably has the best culture of any I've worked at. It's been incredible. Everyone's so relaxed. If I had to pick a single word that described Intellum, I would say it's authenticity. And that ability to bring your whole self to work helps people to want to stay.
What I've always looked for in my career, any place I've been, is where can I go and just be in a room surrounded by really smart people that really love to solve problems.
Collaboration is fabulous. If I ask a question, there is a person out there who will respond back to me. I love it. I love that the people around me are curious. And I love that we're a team of people that likes to solve problems. Part of it is just learning myself, learning from the people that I'm talking to, and then being able to help my coworkers or my peers with what they have questions about. When Chip started the company over 20 years ago, he was hands-on keyboard, building the product himself. He was talking to customers. He was doing all the design work, the design thinking. That is embedded in who we are. So that just permeates throughout the whole team. They care about our clients. They care about our company. They care about our culture. They care about everything that goes along with Intellum, and it shows in everything we do.
We have 4 core values of Intellum here: curiosity, creativity, perseverance, and kindness.
I think my favorite core value is creativity. My team has to solve a lot of problems, and sometimes there's really obvious ways to solve that problem, but then sometimes there's more inventive, fun ways to solve that problem. Perseverance aspect has got to be. Failure is required. Like, it's going to happen. If it doesn't happen, we're not going to get creative. We're not going to get solution oriented. So we start with perseverance. Curiosity. That is a huge part of getting better and becoming better at the job that I do. My favorite core value is kindness.
It's inevitable that people are going to clash. That's fine. But there is a certain degree of kindness that has to be in place for us to be successful, period.
The most powerful aspect of mine, Chip, and Will's relationship is we do share those values. We always have. Life is short. I want to do something worthwhile. I think we have a lot of people who appreciate that and want to be part of something like that.
So Make It Awesome is our internal recognition tool. And so that's where we get to celebrate the great things that our team members do. And when we see these core values in action across the company or externally. So I appreciate you allowing me to share a little bit more from the employee's perspective of what our core values mean to them and why that's so important to the business. Looks like there's a chat message here.
Oh, Jerry, someone that used to work at Greenhouse, I saw her in the video.
Yeah.
Oh my God, yeah, that's right. So
That's right. Oh, I didn't realize that connection there. That's awesome. Thank you for sharing. And when we think about our core values too, another thing that really drives us and sets us apart in the industry is that we are known as the innovator in the ed tech space. And so I think our core values, the ingredients of curiosity, creativity, and perseverance, those are like the ingredients of innovation and how we've been able to continue to launch new features, have best-in-class functionality when we go up against our main competitors. So they really not only drive how we treat each other and the culture, but it's represented in our external market as well. Our customers recognize and see these core values in the product and how we interact with them. So they're very important. As we think about hiring, these are things that we're thinking about, is how does someone add to these values and kind of show and represent them personally, because it's not like you show up and you turn your computer on and now all of a sudden you're creative or curious. It's just who you are. You enjoy those types of ideation sessions and brainstorming, and it's just an extension of who you are, and you just get to be paid to do it, which is wonderful. Here's some quotes from Intellamites in terms of the culture and what they love about working here, getting to learn different skills. One of the benefits that we're very proud of is called our Boost benefit, and that provides every employee $3,500 every year to spend on their growth and development. And so these can be certifications, these could be additional classes that you're taking, or sessions like conferences that you're attending. So there's a wide variety of different things that people use their Boost benefit for, but that is an important part. We're a culture of learning with being in the ed tech space. And loving the people that we work with too. So the third quote there is, genuinely building connections, and we make that a priority in terms of the culture. We have internal chat groups, and so we have common interest groups where people can have shared hobbies and share and continue to encourage each other in those outlets. We have book clubs, gardening groups, parents groups where we're sharing resources and just support for each other. So we make it part of the day to build connections and show encouragement. And then, always focusing on listening to employee feedback and taking action on that. And so I think that's the last comment here. I think is important to emphasize that one of the big focuses this year is to improve internal communication related to company priorities, updates on where we're at, and goals. And so getting feedback to say, yes, we're listening and you're noticing, our team members are noticing changes. So employees are really helping to drive our continuous improvement as an organization and kind of that ongoing feedback cycle. I think one of the ways that we also build those connections is through our annual employee retreat. So all employees spend a week together just having fun. We call it Camp Tell 'em. So it's kind of throwback to the camp days. And we do have a camp counselor. You probably saw him in the video with his counselor hat on and his badges on his shirt. But this is a week that people just focus on getting to know each other. It's not, overly scheduled with business meetings. There's very little that's on the required list of things to do. We have a company dinner, and, a breakfast meeting, and then a volunteer event, like I mentioned before, to demonstrate that kindness core value. But that's it. People get a chance to have fun, do excursions together, and work on just the connection piece of the culture. So I think that's really a big highlight for everyone every year. So this is from this year we went to Mexico, outside of the Cancun area. And so we're celebrating the wrap up of that retreat. The other thing that's unique is that we have a culture council. And so these are individuals who have applied to work on company culture and spearhead a lot of the activities that we host for the organization. And the main purpose and responsibility of our culture council is to maintain and uphold our values, and making sure that we're continuing to work on a culture of excellence is what we talk about internally, that employee feedback is heard and that we're making sure that culture is emphasized and prioritized as part of our operations, how we go about work. And lastly, upcoming career opportunities. So customer care and technical support are really important aspects of our job with being a technology platform. So we're always looking for individuals who enjoy problem solving and being able to help resolve issues. Also account management or customer experience. And so that's kind of taking that technical support and layering in customer education with that. So it's helping to introduce our product, explain our product to new and existing customers, get to know them and their goals around their learning initiatives, and then be able to provide some consulting in terms of advising them on how the best way to set that up, monitor their learning initiatives, and really help them achieve the outcomes. Okay, I see another chat here. Oh, thank you. Appreciate that. Also some opportunities coming up in marketing in the social media space, and always looking for people who are passionate about leading and leading teams. We do have an internal leadership development program as well. So if you don't have experience with leading a team, but you're interested in the track for people management, we have a 6-month leadership development program that gives individuals an opportunity to learn Intellem's leadership competencies, to be able to practice them and part of the program. And then you're able to use that, those skills and put those in action for the following year when you serve as a mentor for the next class through the leadership development program. So it's a great way to get introduced to what people leadership could look like and be able to begin to practice that and experience what that role looks like. So we'd love to add you to our talent community, so you can stay connected with us. You can follow Intellem on LinkedIn, or please connect with me personally on LinkedIn, or send us your resume to hr@intellem.com. And so we can add you to our talent community and talk to you about some roles that seem like a good fit. So that was everything that I had prepared. What questions or what would you like to hear a little bit more about?
Thank you so much for sharing that. It seems really cool to work at Intellem. I have a question. Do you all have healthcare clients or clients that specifically deal in educating patients on Intellem's platform, or is that somewhere that the company is interested in going?
It's actually one of the emerging markets for us is the medical device space specifically. So we have Arthrex is a big medical device manufacturer, and they are one of our clients. And so we partner, they use our platform, and then we partner with their internal education and compliance team to build out their learning initiatives. And then that's deployed across, all the physician groups and individuals that are using their product. But that is really a big growing avenue. I think that's organizations are finding that it's perhaps a cost savings opportunity to have a platform like that, where some of the certifications for the medical devices or some of the treatments can be administered all through a virtual environment like our platform. You can earn certifications or continuous education hours. And so it does help cut down on maybe how it was traditionally done in conferences or events where people are traveling in. It just allows more access to people when you're offering it virtually.
It's exciting for us to have an opportunity to get to introduce Atlantic and to get to know some of y'all and introduce you to the packaging space, which I think is seemingly lower on lists when you got names like Google involved, but I think it's as exciting, and we certainly have an opportunity to make a lot of change too, which is awesome. And so going to go through just a little bit of who we are and then talk a little bit about kind of our strategy as it relates to sustainability and really who we want to be in the marketplace and in being leaders and kind of the innovation of the sustainability piece. So my name's Kyle. I've been with Atlantic for 13 years at this point. I was a Michigan State packaging school graduate way back when, and got involved with Atlantic on a new piece of technology that we invented for monitoring stretch wrappers of all things. So automatic stretch wrappers. I got Harris with me. He's a part of our marketing group and handles all the communications for our company.
Hello, it's a pleasure to be here, and I'm excited to hear Kyle present this wonderful slide deck.
And Harris definitely is a little younger than I, so may have some relative answers to any questions as it relates to, you know, starting off and kind of what Atlantic's like as a person new to the workforce. All right, let's roll.
Yeah, I'm happy to answer any questions. Relatively new to the workforce, so a little bit in the same boat as y'all, but yeah.
Let's see. Okay. So Atlantic Packaging, we are a privately held company. We are in our third generation of leadership. So there's a ton of things that are of benefit to being part of a privately held organization. And so as everybody's kind of out surveying the opportunities, you know, looking at kind of publicly held versus privately, you know, in a privately held company, you definitely have a lot more flexibility. You end up wearing a lot more hats and having a lot more responsibility, but personally, I think that that's really cool. We don't have job titles, and we just have, you know, roles and responsibilities kind of as we welcome them. So that's for me personally a fun thing. I would prefer that. I did my corporate time, and it wasn't for me. Privately held is great. So of all things, we actually started as a small town newspaper. So in Tabor City, North Carolina. Harris and I are in Charlotte, North Carolina. But we started as a small town newspaper. And in those days, if you were in the newspaper business, you were in the paper business. You had die cutters, you had printing presses and things to support. For us, primarily, it was the textile world. So as the Southeast, you know, 75 years ago, textiles were huge. And then as that all moved out, kind of our industries have changed. We have a pretty unique history. Our founder, Horace, who's there on the left-hand side, he took it upon himself to use his small town paper to write against the KKK and condemn what they were doing publicly. And it led to some massive arrests, and ultimately he won the Pulitzer Prize for meritorious public service. So really cool foundation for how we got started. And since then, we've just kind of upheld his entrepreneurial spirit and continued to really say yes to everything. There's not a lot of things that our customers need that we won't get into. And so, again, over 75 years, we're $1 billion in sales. So as it relates to the packaging space, we're the largest privately held packaging company in North America. And so that really gives us size and scale and a seat at the table with all of the brands that we find near and dear to our hearts. And our whole approach to packaging has really always been about optimization and using high performance materials with automation and with a good tech service group to ultimately use the least amount that is needed to execute on the job, which is always protect the product. In the world of sustainability, you know, there's a lot of kind of enemies in the packaging space, but ultimately some of them are justified in protecting the product and keeping it safe, and it's maintaining its efficacy until it's used or consumed. And so the key has always been use the minimal amount. And so that's really what we've strived in. We also do a ton of paper converting still, kind of how much to our newspaper days, but we do a lot of kind of middleman converting, where we'll take paper directly from the mills and we will reformat it to smaller configurations to be then turned into things like folded cartons and labels and bags and all this stuff. We have a really advanced lab here in Charlotte, and that's where Harris and I are, and we'll kind of get into that in a little more detail. But as it relates to making these transitions to more sustainable materials, it takes both the ingenuity on the material side, but then the ability to really qualify it from a performance and function standpoint. And so we don't want to make any haphazard decisions as it relates to swapping materials. And so we've really invested in a ton of equipment and the resources to then validate these changes as they're made. And then we're across the country. We have some locations in Central America and Dominican Republic. And, you know, just in the last decade, we've expanded out west and got out of kind of the Southeast where we tended to start. But primarily we have, you know, some pretty good guiding principles as it relates to an organization. So, you know, internally at Atlantic, we really value our employees and we value the wellness and the health. And we have a very comprehensive cutting edge wellness program. And that's something that we think is fundamental to a good organization, keeping all the employees happy and healthy and making sure that they have access to anything that they need that could be a detriment to that. So for us, if everybody's happy, everybody's healthy, we can come to work and we can be ready to make changes that ultimately can affect the planet. You know, at the scale that we're at right now, we are in throes with the largest manufacturers in North America and globally. And so we take that position really seriously, and we make sure that while we're at the table, we're not just trying to sell and we're not just trying to increase our bottom line. We're trying to also influence them to make decisions and provide them the capacity to intelligently make those decisions so that there's more comfort as they roll them out. So it can be really intimidating sitting down and going through development with a Procter and Gamble. But at the end of the day, we see it as part of our responsibility to make sure that they have exposure to all of the new alternative materials and things that we think can help them. And then beyond that, you know, the healthy supply chain is really important. You know, we're kind of coming out of this phase where everybody is realizing that the things that we do and the processes that we have in place are a detriment to the planet and the environment. And so we are trying to be leaders in what we can do in-house in our own operations to be as sustainable and efficient as possible. And so these are kind of our guiding principles for, you know, what we take into account for the decisions we make and the partners that we align with. And so from a real application standpoint, about 3 years ago, Wes, our current president, he really had this epiphany that was, you know, hey, I'm an outdoorsman. I spend my time in the oceans and in the wilderness, and we are being overwhelmed by things that we also sell and have historically supported. And so, you know, I think one of the challenges in our space as we see it today is that, you know, there's a lot of publicly traded companies and there's a lot of consolidation that has occurred over the past decades, and everybody's really afraid to point the finger at themselves. And you know, Wes very confidently said, hey, I am part of the problem and there are things that we can do to make it better. And so he created a New Earth project, and we didn't really know what it was at first and what we were going to do and what it represents. But ultimately we knew that there's certain deficiencies in the waste stream today in the recycling network. And if we just took some time to be a little more intentional and cater a little bit to the infrastructure that we have established today, then we could make a tremendous amount of change. And so for companies that take the easy way out or the cheap way out and use, you know, foam or air pillows or bubble wrap, there's alternative to those materials. And there's things that our waste stream and our material recovery facilities and our recyclers have better capacity to handle. And so what we've set out to do is really say, hey, anything that is going into the consumer's home and can be more suitable for the infrastructure that we have set up, which is primarily created to recycle paper, then we should assist our customers in making those transitions. And for things that can't be replaced by paper, we need to really invest our time and our brain power and our resources into helping these companies climb the mountaintop of the packaging space and begin to challenge some of these old school Goliaths. So we'll get into a few of those specifics of what we're working on right now, but I can say that that is really an endless pursuit for us. Not a day goes by where I don't get multiple new technologies and new alternative materials and things that really have a lot of promise, but don't have a platform in which to develop and continue to grow. So for us, New Earth Project is a place to harbor those technologies and to present to customers alternative ideas, which ultimately are good for the environment. So I mentioned kind of cleaning up our own house. So this is one thing that is really important, but it's also a tremendous amount of work. So as you see, many companies today have these promises about carbon neutrality, and they have promises about, you know, waste and lowering their emissions. And honestly, a lot of those statements are only as good as the font they're typed in. They don't necessarily hold any true bearing or any responsibility to execute on them. It's just kind of a lot of greenwashing going on out there. And so the one thing that you can do to hedge against this is something called a science-based target. So you may have some familiarity with this, but a science-based target is basically you take those goals and kind of those lofty ambitions, and you actually lay forth plans and strategy in which you're going to achieve them. And so we are the first packaging company in North America to have a science-based target approved. And the goals in which we have set are to reduce our emissions by 70% by 2030 and have basically our suppliers start to come along this journey with us. Because as you start to look at emissions and as they relate to scope 1, scope 2, scope 3, there's a way that we're all tangled together. And so in order for us to hit our goals and our targets, it's then on us, for our suppliers and our partners, to step up to the plate and do their part to continue to kind of lower that chain of emissions. And so we are excited about this, but it's one of those things where you kind of get, you know, approved to run a marathon. You know, you still have to train and you still have to run. And so we're at that phase right now where we are implementing and starting to move on that plan that we've had set forth. And the cool thing about the science-based targets is it's third party and it's all continued to be evaluated. And so as we go and as we progress, the progress towards those goals will be, you know, continuously evaluated. And so this is a really important thing that companies, as you evaluate, you know, should be thinking about and should be considering, is having these targets set and approved. So for us, that includes things like solar, that includes things like zero waste facilities. It includes, you know, all of the kind of operational energy that we're using, and not only how do we buy credits and offsets, but how do we actually implement and invest in technology that can help us lower our emissions and achieve our targets. So when it gets into, you know, that's us and that's how we kind of take care of our own mess and make sure we are being as efficient as we can. But for a lot of our customers, we start to look at what is current state in their portfolio of consumed goods and what are the alternatives already on the market. Because the reality is that there are plenty of replacement materials for problematic, hard to recycle plastics and packaging materials as we know it. And the reality is that we as consumers are beginning to evaluate the companies that we spend our money with and purchase product from by the decisions that they make in this space. And realistically, a lot of them are related to the e-com channel and the e-commerce. The way that we shop and the way that things show up at our house is starting to be a consumer preference. And we're starting to judge and gauge a company's commitment by the things that they send into our home and ultimately our ability to recycle them at the curb. And again, if things are not curbside recyclable, all the data would suggest that they are not being recycled. Store drop-off films are fantastic, but the general population of consumers is not taking the time to sort and then drop off these materials. And part of this too is just this, misconception of what is recyclable. I am as close to it as anybody, and it hasn't been very long that I was certainly putting things in my bin because I saw the chasing arrows. I saw this symbol on this material, and I just assumed that means I can put it in this blue bin and it's going to be turned back into plastic. And it's this magical loop that exists. And the reality is that's a fallacy. That is just not the world that we live in. And in most cases, plastics get downcycled, if at best. And so starting to understand the capabilities and educate the consumer and educate the general population is a big mission of the New Earth Project. And how do we create content and how do we make this approachable? But the one thing that we know more than anything is that paper is endlessly recyclable. And if it isn't recycled and it does leak into the environment, which happens, it's earth digestible. So a big part of our mission is just what is useless plastic and unnecessary and can be easily swapped out with fiber, and then what are kind of, again, building on those more difficult, more critical application packaging. So these are all things you've seen, depending on kind of where you shop and where things are coming into your home from. They're certainly at different levels of it, but we're doing our damnedest to make sure that the folks that are shipping a lot of things have a responsibility and have the feeling of, doing this for the right reasons. And honestly, if they're doing it just to appease their customers, that's a win too. And we'll take it any way we can get it. So when we get into these materials, again, we have to validate these things. We have to be able to determine whether or not they are effective. And so the Solution Center here in Charlotte, we've been up and running for 7 years now. And it was primarily focused on unit load containment and stacked goods going from business to business throughout the traditional supply chain. But because that supply chain has been disrupted so much by e-commerce, it has really morphed into this center where we can evaluate individual packages and then again their recyclability and efficacy and application. And so we're an ISTA certified lab, which is the Institute of Safe Transit Association, which has these guiding principles for how packages should be tested and validated. But then we're also kind of punk rock, and we think some of those tests are just outdated and they don't really fit today's model. So what we continue to do is invest in equipment that will continue to give us the ability to test it based on the real world and based on what we know actually happened. So it's a little bit different than what you would run into in academia and the university level, but in the same spirit of doing more with less, and the less that we use, making sure that the end of life strategy for it is acceptable. It's probably a good time to mention too, in the packaging space, there's a lot of greenwashing. Mentioned it earlier. There's a lot of folks sitting on a lot of assets that can do certain things. And some of this is really juxtaposed to what those assets can do. So you're going to run into things and hear things about bio-based materials or biodegradable plastics. And those are two things that we don't firmly believe in. Plastic is ultimately plastic at the end of the day. And if we're taking up valuable farmland to grow corn to turn it into plastic, that's not a super great use. It is something that can run on those existing extrusion assets though, so it certainly fits that mold. And then when we get into biodegradable plastics, there's just a whole host of reasons why that's bad. Microplastics are rightfully so at the forefront of everybody's mind right now. And so if we create these plastics that ultimately break down easier, there's not a lot of logic suited in why that's a good thing. And so what we do believe in is compostables and materials that can kind of break down to base carbon molecules. And we believe in investing in recycling when it makes sense. So by the end of this year in Charlotte, we've purchased an Arimo recycling machine, which we will use to validate a closed loop for stretch film. So we're getting into the recycling game, and we don't really know what we're doing, but we will figure it out, and we're willing to invest.
Hey Kyle,
Nothing.
I had sent a chat message, but just wanted to make sure we are actually at time. So
Okay.
thank you so much. I will see you in the next session, and everybody.
I'll do the briefest of introductions, which is Helena and Jose. We're here with Allison Hill, the head of diversity and social responsibility at Roark Capital Group, who are we're big fans of theirs. I know they're a big community partner of Greenhouse Scholars. So Allison, take it away.
Okay, great. So I'll just start with Jose and Helena. I'd love to hear just a little bit of context about you. So as I'm talking, I'm not like just talking random things, but more specific to what maybe your interests are of why you even wanted to join this session. So we'll start with Helena.
Absolutely. Mostly due to your background and role of just like the social aspect of your job and things like that. I own a pizza shop in a really small town, and I'm just really trying to like, branch out in my ways of like understanding how to be a better leader and how to be a better community member and things like that, even on the small scale that we're in. And another part of this is the part of my business that I get the least is the finance part of it and everything else. And so I like to learn from companies like yours when I can, or hear firsthand about it, so I can further my own research and what I should be knowing about as far as that part of business.
That's great. Congratulations on the pizza business. That's amazing.
So thank you.
What's the name of it?
It's called Gub Gub's Pizza and Ice Cream. It's named after my cat.
Okay, I love it. Love it. I had a business once named after my dog. So we're
you
like
get
soul
it,
sisters. Yeah.
I love it.
Great. And Jose, hello.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing that for me is I'm interested to hear a little bit more about Roark and how it diversifies kind of like the overall work that you do with all these multiple sets of organizations and companies. I think that's really interesting to tap into myself as I kind of lean into potentially starting my own business, as well as looking for a new kind of career change. Been with my current company for more than 5 years now, and it's been great. I've been employed. I can't complain. But I know there's something out there with that has a similar role, responsibilities, but that I know will compensate me a little bit more better than what I am getting today. So.
Okay, great. Well, I'll tell you a little bit about Roark, and then we can even leave it to more casual Q&A so that we can be specific to what it is that you want to learn about. But just to explain who Roark is, so we're headquartered in Atlanta, Georgia, not as cool as Colorado, but it's a nice place to live. And we're a private equity firm, which means that we raise private funding. So, like sometimes there's like stocks like Lululemon or whatever, all of our money is private, which I'll get into in more details. And then we use those funds to then go purchase companies. So we started 22 years ago by the founder, still runs the company and the firm. He's amazing, super smart guy. And so it's been like a very slow, specific growth plan. Like he never was like, I want to have this much money, or I want to go buy this many companies. He really, like from the very start, was, let me just do this one thing well, and then we'll see what the next step is. So he's been very strategic when it comes to that, of just like heads down type of thing. But private equity, sometimes people think of it in different ways. I think from a Roark perspective, it's very positive because we're growth oriented. And what that means is the very first investment 22 years ago was Carvel Ice Cream, and it's actually still in our portfolio. So we never buy companies and cut them up. We buy companies to grow them, even if it takes a long-term mindset, like the Carvel Ice Cream, for example. And one of our most recent transactions that is about to close in the coming months is Subway. And so really excited about that deal, and really helping those franchisees, because another thing that, and maybe Jose, when you start looking at businesses that you're interested in, our founder always says that he loves the franchise model because you're in business for yourself, but not by yourself. So you have a lot of support and support systems, but it's still living the American dream of owning your own business and being independent. And so over time, we've really been very specific with franchise and franchise-like businesses, because you start to get that pattern recognition. The investors on the investment team know what they're doing. More specifically, we can use some of the same tools, but we've grown a lot. So I started here 4.5 years ago. My background's actually marketing and brand, and I worked at one of the portfolio companies, and the founder said, you know what? I really want to have a role that's more focused on community, strategy for philanthropy, diversity, overall, but really in the finance industry, even just gender is kind of an issue, and like how to break down some of those barriers. So that's when I started 4.5 years ago, was to help with that. And one of the things that I love about our firm, and any place that you're looking to work, and I know that this is a lot of different core values on here, but each one is super meaningful to us, is he always says, being a good investor and being a good firm are two different things. We want to be both. And he really means it. And that means that every decision we make is led by core values. And one of the great things that I experienced when I was in a portfolio company was a good partner in good times and a great partner in bad times. So when things start to go south, or your real estate strategy didn't work as well as you thought, or it's not like they bring down the hammer fist on you. It's more like, how are we going to work together? How are we going to collaborate to get the best impact and the best results? And so I love having had the other side of that, but really internally too, it's a lot of respect and a lot of, how do I improve every single day when I come into work? So for me, core values are really important with wherever I go, and then the behaviors that come out of that from the different individuals. And then that, of course, leads to like a really great culture. So even though we're responsible for a lot of people's money, it's very high stress. People work a ton of hours. The younger, like fresh graduates probably work 80 to 100 hours a week, which Helena's like, I do that with my pizza business. But we all really try to support each other, and we become very good friends, and there's a lot of camaraderie. And what I've noticed is, as we've become more diverse over time, it's actually even helped. So we have a culture council that we try to plan all these fun activities so people don't get in their little ruts of friendships. Even with 120 people and it's small, you can still kind of, do your same thing every day. So we do everything from pickleball tournaments to basketball to wine tasting, family picnic, like you name it. And I think it really helps us all work better together. And then specific on the community side, that middle picture with the book, that's like a famous Georgia guy. And he came in and did like a really cool leadership speech to the firm about his football days, but also then he became an author. So we also bring in philanthropic speakers and things like that we think people will enjoy our culture even more. So I was kind of hinting at our portfolio. So we think of this two different ways. We want to invest in businesses that we know people want to use. So there's a lot of need-based services. You have to get your oil changed. People need a car wash. You need to make that sign for your business. And then, of course, things that people just love and don't want to live without. So walking through the airport and you smell Cinnabon baking and you're like, I really need that right now. Or a Jamba to keep my energy going and that kind of thing. So that's really how we think about the businesses in terms of how can we have these on an everyday basis integrated into people's lives. And then when we look at our investment strategy, and I'll just go over this really quickly, but one is, and I was saying this in the beginning, that we really want to focus on things that we know. And so from the restaurant, retail, and consumer service segments, that experience and some of those failures, it's okay to fail as long as you learn and you grow from it. And then that really helps when you stay specialized. So every once in a while, people are like, why don't you invest in tech or some of those other things? But for us, it's because we're going to be able to help a Subway much more than we would be able to help a tech company. And then, of course, we want to make sure that these companies have the capital that they need to grow, because we are growth investors. We're not in there to cut staff and cut labor, and that's not really what we want to do. We want more units or more jobs. I think the number now is that we've created 140,000 jobs. So we love that, and building out the communities. And like I said, really helping small business owners be successful. And then we also take kind of not a hands-off approach, but a strategic approach. So we believe in putting the right CEO in the seat, and then they run the business and we support them. It's not that we're pulling every lever for the company. We're there for strategic value add. And then we always have exit strategies that we look at. So we just took 2 companies public in the last year. One was a company called Driven Brands, which was like the oil change, Meinekes, Mako, auto glass kind of company. And then the other one was Pet Supermarket on the Canadian market. And so those have been really good, or sometimes we sell them, and sometimes we take things private, like Dunkin'. So we took that off the public market and then put that into one of our platform companies. And the one thing too that I love about private equity, and specifically for us of who our investors are, is that really at the heart of what we do and at our core is about helping people. And what I mean by that is a lot of our investors are pension funds, or like a firefighter fund, or a teacher's fund, or Harvard is a really big investor in us for their endowments. So the better that we do, the more teachers get to retire comfortably, the more research that's done for cancer, the more kids get to go to college on a scholarship. So those are the people that we work really hard for to produce the returns. So we raise the money from them, it comes to us, and then we purchase companies with those funds. And that's how it works. And then when we sell, and then everyone makes their money back. And actually, we've had some companies like Yale in every single fundraise that we've ever done, which is really amazing because they love our track record and just what our firm stands for. And then from a culture perspective, recognition and reward is really important. I think we do a really good job of recognizing each other, as well as leaders recognizing down, and people want to stay and want to continue to work hard and continue to get promoted. So this is just a snapshot. We have tons and tons and tons of people that have gotten promoted, but these are some of the fun ones because they started when they were so young. Like Clay, I think he might have been an intern, and now he's all the way at the top of the heap with the people that make the investment decisions on things that we buy. So we love that. And then Juan spoke on a panel today. I don't know if anyone got to see him, but he's fantastic. So as we've grown, there's been different positions that have been added, whether it's in finance or operations or things that we surround the investment team to help them be better. Claire is our recruiter, who's amazing and can answer questions about most anything. And I put the LinkedIn here because the best thing, if you do want to like follow anything that we're doing, is to follow us on LinkedIn, because that's where we post jobs and things like that. And yeah, so that's about Roark, and I'd love to answer any questions that you have. And if you don't have any, that's fine too. I can keep talking. Oh, and we have Diana and Emily now too. Hello. How are you?
Doing good. How is everyone?
Good. And so I can explain a little bit more about my particular role if you're interested in that at all, or if you have questions about the firm.
I have a question. So given with all these clients, right, what's the kind of like screening process on, I guess, a little more in depth on the screening process of who you choose to work with and who you don't? I know you had those specific kind of breakdown on the kind of need services or companies and organizations, and you have the other kind of statistics. What's like the whole breakdown look like? Yeah.
That's a really good question and kind of complicated. So one, a company has to want to be sold to us. So we're never going to do like some kind of, somebody has to be on the market, whether that's somebody that we have already created a relationship with, or someone that we're in an auction process is what it's called. And, why are they going to pick Roark? And then there's the whole, what we call due diligence, where we really dive in and we get tons of information. So we interview the management teams to understand their strengths and weaknesses. We look at all their numbers, and it's actually kind of fun for the analysts, is the entry level role here, when they build out our models, that when they're looking at different businesses, it can be really complicated. So like when we were purchasing Jamba, you know, like in Texas, maybe it does this great. In the Northeast, maybe it doesn't do. And so you're slicing and dicing data like many, many ways, and just making sure, does it have the white space to grow? What do we really want to pay? Because one of the things that surprised me working here was how many deals we look at that we don't do. So there's tons of deals every week that get passed on because it's just not the right price, or we don't think we can really help them.
Allison, I was curious about, like, I know something that I talk with our current scholars a lot is identifying culture fit when it comes to a company that they're curious and interning with or taking their first job out of college. And I wonder if you can share any insights as like, what does that look like for Roark? Like both, what is the culture? Like if you had a brand, you could like brand your culture, and who is a good fit for that?
So our culture is very team sport driven. So that's one. So if someone always wants to be the smartest person in the room and we can pick them out a mile away when they're in the interview process, like that's not going to fit. If somebody asks a lot of questions, if they're inquisitive, if they're curious, if they're polite, you know, some of it seems pretty basic, but we're really just looking for people that are eager to win, but also eager to learn, ask questions, and be collaborative, and have very low ego. And so actually, when we go through the process, we also administer a personality type test that kind of shows. So it's not like you have to pass or anything like that, but it's a way during the interview process that you can probe deeper into different personality traits so that you can really figure out who somebody is, because we want the fit to be there as much as, you know, they need to want us, we need to want them. It's a two-way street. So that's what I would say, is that really go with your instincts too when you're interviewing. Like you will know, I think, during the process, if it's a place that you feel comfortable, authentic, yourself, that you see yourself having friendships, and plus learning and driving yourself to be better. Because I think those are all human traits that we all want to live.
I love that. Thank you so much.
Well, I just wanted to, I asked Jamie if it would be okay if I also just kind of helped close. I don't have a lot of remarks. I was looking at, you know, we've been capturing along the way all the Greenhouse Scholars folks, the different key takeaways, and there, you know, if you dig into the document, there's 15, 16 pages. I think that just speaks to the value overall. And, you know, so as you all experienced, you know, ever since Phil kicked us off, there's, you know, some consistencies associated with how people talk about things relative to the opportunity associated with diversity in the workplace right now. The fact that certain industries like the tech industry are constantly evolving. So the opportunity to be entrepreneurial, in my interpretation, the concept of values, the idea that you can explore your values in connection with the companies you work for, you know, just all the things that you would prioritize as a person. They might not match up perfectly, but certainly that idea of exploring what that means. And of course, relationships and the idea that some people shared around the different ways that you can connect and make sure you're properly connected. But there's just too much stuff, in my opinion, to sort of try and summarize a day like this. But those are some things that really stuck out for me. I do want to say thank you to everybody, the individuals, the alums in our program, for the ones that showed up to really want to participate in this. I think it's such a great start. Of course, all the corporate folks, the individuals and the companies, and I do want to, again, like I said at the beginning, we've got such a great team. I want to sort of just give a shout out to our team again. We just keep executing in a way that is, really focused on quality. And I think it's, when you think about the Young Leaders Program with Jamie's leadership and Michelle and the rest of the team supporting, I think we're just going to continue to grow and differentiate the value that we're going to provide with this jobs connectivity platform that we're creating. So I think that's really exciting. So I said at the beginning, I think everybody that joined us today really you're being entrepreneurs with us. We're launching, evolving, creating. I think it's the start of something exceptional. I highlighted some of the companies that are sponsors today, but I want to mention all of them. So starting with Modern Executive Solutions for really leading the way with us. The idea of JD Finish Line, Google, Gamut Capital Management, RMB Capital, Atlantic Packaging, Intellum, Rourke Capital Group. Everybody that jumped in, whether you can see some of the folks that sponsored on the page, and then other folks that sent individuals to participate with us. Just the idea of being willing again to be entrepreneurs with us. Some of the other individuals that I noted, and I wasn't in much of the sessions, but assuming that everybody made it, Bamboo Rose, Deloitte, Endium, Education Commission of the States, Gibson, Dunn and Crutcher, Laser Point, LeaderShape, My Future North Carolina, and the Mayo Clinic. So it's great representation for the opportunity we're trying to create around jobs connectivity. I think the idea always with me, the folks that are alums have heard this from me a lot, is about tangible value. We're really trying to create things that can be actionable, that are tangible. So I hope that people were able to capture things that they can move forward with and use. And we're going to continue to work tirelessly to create the most valuable jobs connectivity platform we can. So yeah, just wanted to kind of just mention a few things to wrap it up. Nothing deep or extensive, but really appreciation and gratitude for the participation.
Thank you, Pete, and thank you, everyone. So our one-on-one sessions are next, but this does wrap up the formal portion of our first virtual career fair. So thank you, everyone else, for joining. This was, really impressive. We had so many organizations, I think almost 30 organizations represented in different ways today. I think that's quite an impressive number for a first go at something like this. So we're excited for everyone to sign up. There are a couple spots, but not a lot left for the one-on-ones. So those of you who haven't signed up yet, make sure you do, and we will see you there.